Thank you. Thank you for waiting. I'd like to bring this business meeting of Urbana 116 to order. Roll call, please, Brenda.
Member Hassan-Adkan.
Here.
Member Hall.
Here.
Member Orr.
Here.
Member Ogalski.
Here.
Member Carter is here. Vice President Exum. Here. And President Pulaski.
Here. Are there any additions, corrections, or modifications to tonight's agenda? Hearing none, we'll move on to citizen statements, and there are a lot of them tonight, obviously. So the first up is Martha Fauner. Yeah, just tap it once, and then it'll turn green.
All right, it's my first time. Bear with me. I'm pretty nervous. I just want to thank you all for your time and service. I am a Wiley parent, very proud Wiley representative. I will always wear my red shirt. I have 3 children in the district: a 3rd grader, 5th grader, a high schooler, and this is my 10th continuous school year at Wiley. I've seen many changes, but over the last 5 years, there's been a lot of growth. One stat I'm going to take is we went from a comprehensive to a commendable school in that time. That's really impressive. But the COVID learning loss was estimated to be 32% in English language arts and up to 50% in math during the same time period. Wiley students experienced growth on the IAR, outperforming the district in IAR growth. That's really impressive. But I'm here to read a statement by the 116 Better Solutions Together group and endorsed by the Wiley Strong Better Together strategy team. As parents and community members, we are deeply concerned by recent actions of the district leadership. The proposed measures, which need board approval, would affect the education of hundreds of children and deeply impact their families, district teachers and staff, and the community. These measures are being proposed without adequate community information or involvement. For the second time in recent months, USD 116 District Administrative Team has proposed on very short notice a major initiative that would destroy a school community, displace hundreds of children from their school, and result in de facto redistricting and resegregation without involvement, let alone support from the affected staff or families. All without any evidence that the plans would improve students' learning outcomes or well-being. This has damaged trust in and commitment to the district. We understand that the pandemic forced a great deal of rapid adaptation and change. However, we believe this crisis response approach is no longer needed. It is in this light that we believe now is the time to step back and regroup as a community, allowing thoughtful engagement with the very serious issues facing the district to rebuild trust in and commitment to the district. Thus, we ask district leadership to immediately initiate a broadly inclusive strategic planning process. Use that process to inform the district's actions on resolving major issues such as the renovation of the Wiley building and decisions about its future uses. The renovation of the district's ongoing work to refine and improve effective curricula for all students, including the pressing needs of the dual language and an English learning program. Revisiting and defining Urbana's commitment to neighborhood schools, the decennial redistricting processes, suspend the Wiley abatement and renovation process until a community-engaged and community-inclusive process has determined the future use of the building. Commit to the following 3 criteria that must be included and spelled out for this and all future district initiatives. Improving student learning for the district as a whole and for all subgroups as defined by ISBE with metrics how progress will be evaluated and measured and milestones or checkpoints. Meaningful staff involvement from all affected teachers and staff using models of effective community engagement. We understand there are multiple constituencies and stakeholders affected by any proposed changes and that their interests may not always be aligned. This is why we need active involvement across the community. We pledge our commitment to working with the Board of Education, district leadership, and staff on the complex issues facing our schools. There are effective models for community dialogue, and surveying the district should consider and adopt. All processes should be inclusive and describe trade-offs so community input is meaningful and thoughtful. That input should be considered in decision-making. Parents and community members need to be able to understand not only the implications of proposed changes, but also the trade-offs inherent in decision-making. The process must help all parties understand and consider the multiple factors to be taken into consideration in developing a successful plan that will elicit broad community support. To be considered a success, community members must experience a genuine sense of participation that comes from not only having the opportunity to express their ideas early in the process, but feeling that their input is genuinely heard and taken seriously. We believe being afforded that opportunity early and throughout the decision-making process will help the board support Urbana School District 116 actions. That's the end of the letter. I'm just asking the board to vote no. I will cite this. Suspend the Wiley abatement and renovation process until community engaged and community inclusive process has determined the future use of the building. We look forward to collaborating with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fowler. C.K. Gonzalez, Tina.
I want to say thank you for your service to our community as stewards of our public education. It's an important role and a difficult one. Your service is really important and we appreciate it. I'm here with many others to ask you to do a difficult thing, which is to step back from the immediate plans before you and the urgency of the moment to look at the larger implications of your choices. You and the entire 116 staff rose to the crisis presented by the pandemic heroically. We are all grateful for all that you did. It asked a lot of everyone, and we all appreciate all that you did to support our children and schools through a really difficult time. From the outside, though, it feels as though you and the district leadership have not turned back from crisis mode into a more strategic, considered approach to decision-making to take us into the future. It feels like you and we are careening from one controversy to another. With the Urbana 116 Better Solutions Together group, we're concerned that you once again have plans to vote upon a measure that ignores input from so many affected parties. We commend you for managing the district's financial assets prudently enough to be able to advance Wiley's needed renovations. That's a terrific thing. What's not a terrific thing is rushing into an abatement and renovation process without planning, without community information or consultation. In fact, without any process that allows input and questions and developing an understanding of how a huge range of issues, how this affects the Wiley community, its children, its teachers, its families, what the usage of the building will be, the effects on other school communities, the implications for redistricting. There is no rush here. Remember that as recently as December, the Wiley building was presented to you as a solution for the placement of LEO students who would be moved out for a whole DL school. The building's inadequacies were not so serious then, and immediate renovation was required. They still are not 2 months later. There are so many serious issues facing this district. Student achievement across the district, school safety, teacher recruitment and retention, curricula, professional development, and now tonight, replacing the high school administration. Schools are more than just buildings. I know you know that. You steward more than just financial assets. The most important is the trust the community places in you to make the best decisions for our children, our teachers, and the city as a whole. I spoke to you the last time I was here about the trust thermocline. Organizations facing a trust thermocline repeatedly lose a little trust, a few constituents, gradually, until there's a massive fall off with no way to come back. Please take stock of the number of people who are asking you to step back and reset your process and approaches. Please pay attention to the requests of the Better Solutions Together group. Suspend the Wiley abatement and renovation process until a community-engaged and community-inclusive process has determined the future use of the building. Immediately initiate a broadly inclusive strategic planning process. Use that process to inform the district's decisions on all large issues, the ongoing work to improve and refine effective curricula, revisiting and redefining the commitment to neighborhood schools, the redistricting process. Whatever you do, there are 3 criteria that we would like to hear you discuss every time there's an initiative. How does this improve student learning as for the district as a whole and for every subdistrict, a subgroup defined by ISBA with metrics? How will progress be measured and evaluated with milestones and checkpoints? Meaningful staff involvement from all affected teachers and staff using models of effective community involvement. There are people across the community who care enough about our schools to communicate with you repeatedly, to show up, to work together, to meet on evenings and weekends, to try to plan ways to put information in front of you and get your attention to their concerns. We ask you to step back, to consider assets beyond fiscal and physical ones, and most of all, to set forth conditions that will truly make strengthening public education in Urbana a collective endeavor involving all of us. Truly, thank you for your service. It's hard, I know. We appreciate it. Say no.
Thank you, Tina. Brittany Tannen.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for letting me speak before you this evening. I'm sorry I'm going to be reading from a paper. I'm not good at public speaking, so bear with me. My name is Brittany. I have two daughters, 3 and 8. My 8-year-old currently attends Wiley and has since first grade. I intentionally transferred her from a private school for many reasons, diversity and culture being a major deciding factor. This makes us one of the families that Dr. Ivory Tatum has referred to trying to bring back to the district. Yet here I am asking the district to keep my children's school intact. I myself attended 4 different elementary schools by the time I was in 2nd grade. I can hardly recall the names of the first few schools, the teachers, or really anything. I was in survival mode. By the time I likely began to adapt to the new community, I went to a new one and started all over. While there may have been a strong community at the schools I attended, I did not benefit from them. Naturally, as a parent, my goal is to provide a stable environment for my children, and this is what brings me here before you. I can provide a stable home life for my children, and I'm hopeful that the district will provide a stable school life for my children. Adjusting to a disruption like the one proposed by the district will hinder students from receiving the full benefits of their surrounding environment, for example, the new school placements according to the rehoming plan. Being that the goal of neighborhood schools, in the words of the district from their own site, is building community relationships, higher family engagement, diversity and cultural awareness, and increased safety, I want to know how this seemingly irreflective proposal has come to fruition. It would effectively destroy the strong community that teachers, staff, and families have worked to build, particularly in the last 5 years under Dr. Heinhorst. This planning has had 0 family engagement. It feels that Wiley families in particular have been historically undervalued by the district, as evidenced by the state of the building, the play structures, the lack of staff, or an assistant principal. There is a clear disregard for diversity and cultural awareness, considering the method with which the district plans to segregate the school amongst the remaining schools, and the increased dangers of having our students learn new walking paths, 50% of which would include crossing a busy road, Philo. All of this is to say, it does not feel that the district has taken their own goals into consideration when proposing to dismantle the Wiley community. We are very aware that Wiley needs a makeover and grateful that the district has started to consider repairing our school and providing the shiny new learning environment that our students deserve. In closing, we ask the district to move the Wiley community as a whole while you renovate our building and return them to the highly anticipated school that we have long awaited. We demand that you have meaningful teacher, staff, and family involvement so that we may reach the common goals of building community relationships, higher family engagement, diversity and cultural awareness, and increased safety. Provide studies to back your plans that will result in measurable academic improvement, cultural awareness, and equity among your students. Board, we appreciate your continued support, and we are counting on you to keep our Wiley Strong community intact and maintaining a stable learning environment for the sake of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Anderson.
We're being told that people online are not hearing very well. I'm getting messages. I don't know if there's anything you can do about that, but.
Also, if you would, when you speak, speak about 4 to 6 inches away from the mic.
Can you guys hear me okay? Is that good? Okay. I'd like to start by saying thank you all for everything you do, and thank you for listening to me. I know school district is Had a rough time, but I'm just going to get right into my speech here. My name is Mike Anderson. I'm speaking to you as an Urbana resident who has 2 children in the district and as a facility maintenance professional. I work for the City of Champaign and am responsible for the upkeep and renovations of their buildings, and I would like to share with you what concerns me most about this plan. We all understand that Wiley needs to be abated before it gets renovated. We all want it to happen. What is alarming is the rushed partial plan for this process. Looking at this renovation timeline solely from the perspective as a facility maintenance professional, I would say that the 14-month goal to get students back into the building is doable, but tight, but only if all the build-out decisions and architectural plans are approved tomorrow. Let me try and explain why. If we begin following the district timeline, the timeline on the district slides, the vote passes tonight. Next, we begin the asbestos abatement design, which is slated from March through the end of July. Also during that time, we have the Reimagine Wiley community work and bidding out process for the existing buildings renovations. In July, IGW Architecture starts to put together some concept designs based on what the board has hopefully approved by that point. That means the future use of Wiley and whether it has a third strand needs to be decided by the end of June. Those concept designs are slated to be completed by September 1st. The actual asbestos abatement will begin in September and end in December. This process involves the removal and abating of the flooring, ceiling tiles, windows, heating piping insulation throughout the building, and a few other minor items. During that same time, IGW is drawing up the plans for the new additions to be added to Wiley. According to the schedule, those should be completed by the end of January of 2024. The bidding of the new additions should be completed by the end of February 24. Assuming the timeline holds so far, the Let's Put It Back Together stage begins in January of 24. The following items are on the post-abatement maintenance priority list to be completed during the summer or spring of 24. Bathrooms, flooring, windows, doors, and a new roof. That means things are mostly put back together for students when they return in fall of 24. This is all possible up to this point. The problem I see is that HVAC is listed as timing is undetermined for 2024. What does that mean? Heating and cooling are pretty important if we want to get the students back in the building in August of 24. I am aware of the process of ordering, I'm in the process of ordering a chiller for the City of Champaign's police department, and the lead times for chillers right now are fluctuating around 8 to 12 months out before they're even shipped. Because HVAC equipment is determined based on the building's size and specs, you cannot order one until the final building size has been determined and drawn up. According to the district's timeline, February of 24 is when those plans are finalized, so the equipment cannot be ordered until March of 24, when the winning bidder's contract would be executed. That would mean that the new boilers and or chillers probably would not arrive until October of 24 or even February of 25. That's 2 to 6 months after the students are back, according to the proposed timeline. At the tail end of the parents' meeting that took place at Wiley, I asked Dr. Ivory Tatum and Mr. Ashman what the HVAC plans were, and I didn't get a straight answer. I believe the plan is to keep the current boiler and classroom radiators in until the new fan-coiled HVAC system gets installed in the summer of 25. From the asbestos report, it says there is asbestos on many of the current boiler's heating pipes and fittings, so all of those would need to be re-insulated to get 1 more year of use out of that boiler and radiators. What is the plan for the under window cabinets that house those radiators in every classroom? When are those getting removed? It doesn't make sense to remodel 80% of one classroom or 80% of a classroom 1 year and then the remaining 20% the next year. What about cooling? Are we reinstalling all the window AC units in the new windows for 1 year? What does that mean? Does that mean we have to get custom windows or new window panes installed for those AC units? When will those be ordered? The main question I hope you ask is, what is the plan to deal with the long lead times on major HVAC components? I would like to quickly suggest a modification to the proposal that I think is better on many levels. It would be to replace the roof on Wiley this spring or as soon as possible to mitigate the roof leaks and alleviate the wet asbestos spot and moisture concerns. Pause the abatement for 1 year, but keep the proposed timeline for the Reimagine Wiley Committee and all the district program planning and designing phases. With all these tough decisions to be made, the prints can still be finalized in January of 24 with bidding in February of 24. Start the abatement in the summer of 24, with the old building being renovated in spring of 25. This timeline allows for the possible 12-month lead time of the major HVAC components. Students could then return in fall of 25, and the remaining new building additions, such as the gym, art rooms, and or the possible third strand of classrooms, can be constructed while students are still back in session, just as they are with the other schools. Another bonus may be that Brookins might be available as an option in that year to keep the Wiley family together for the 24-25 school year that we have to be relocated. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening.
Rob Bennett.
Again, I want to thank everybody here for your time and your service, and again, for hearing us all out from the Wiley community. My name is Rob Bennett, and I am a Wiley parent. We have just heard about this process in recent weeks. It does seem to me that, as many of us have already noted, the process is being rushed forward rather quickly without clear explanations of so many things. Mike gave us a very clear timeline of a lot of possible construction delays that we might be facing. And with all this in mind, I've thought just from the very moment that I saw this plan in whatever detail was provided, even in my own limited expertise in this area, I do not possibly see how this process could take 14 months and that the students could return to Wiley by the fall of 2024. I do note that the district has been listening to many of the comments that parents have been making, and that slides have been appearing as points are made by the Wiley Strong Better Together community. For instance, this slide on equity and diversity analysis is a relatively new addition since last week's meeting with the Wiley community on Wednesday night, the 15th. I am noticing that this says that student placements will have a net positive effect on racial composition between the schools. And that sounds wonderful on paper, but the reality is that our student and family feedback surveys also say that our students feel very comfortable and safe in that Wiley community. If we just disperse them and break up that community without good reason, and prematurely so, without good, firm, fiscally responsible planning of this abatement and remodeling, we're going to be breaking up that safety and that security. Simply creating additional diversity and adding to percentages at all the other schools in the district is not equity. It is simply a PowerPoint slide. Something else I have noticed, there was a survey that was sent out last Wednesday night, 6 days ago. We've, again, only had this plan in front of us for about 2 weeks. And the survey, I'm very appreciative of the district for offering this. I can't help but notice that only 23% of Wiley parents had time to respond to that survey in these 6 days. So again, I do not know that the administration can be said to have given the community time, reasonable amounts of time, to talk with us, to hear our voices, and to see how we can all compromise on this issue and find a solution that works best for everyone. In short, again, I would simply ask that we stop this process, take some time, get a clearer plan, and above all, have a very honest depiction of what we really intend to do with Wiley after this process is complete, before we move a single student. Thank you.
Sarah Jansen.
I'm here to talk about class sizes. The average monolingual class size throughout the district is 20, and this is similar across schools and across grades. I think everyone in this room, everyone in the district needs to ask ourselves whether you think this number is too high, too low, or about right. The answer isn't obvious, and it has huge implications. Lower class sizes improve learning outcomes, but higher class sizes reduce costs. Wiley is a two-strand school, which means it currently uses 12 classrooms. 12. Under the proposal, the 232 students in these 12 classrooms need a place to go. To determine what will happen to district class sizes under the Wiley proposal, we need to know how many empty classrooms exist in the district. The renovations at Thomas Paine, which you'll learn about tonight, should be finished by fall, which will open up 8 brand new classrooms. 2/3 of the Wiley students could fit into those Thomas Paine classrooms without impacting class sizes throughout the district. King, I'm told, currently has 4 empty classrooms. The remaining 1/3 of Wiley students could use those 4 classrooms at King. Now, I am not suggesting that this is the proper reallocation of students in the short or the long run, especially in the long run. There is a formal redistricting process for that. I'm simply trying to understand the impact on class sizes. To summarize, Wiley students currently use 12 classrooms, and there are 12 empty classrooms at King and Thomas Paine. Class sizes will remain at 20 students per classroom. If you're okay with that number, 20 students per classroom, then the administration is right. Our existing 5 other elementary schools have the capacity to take the Wiley students into their classrooms. But this raises a much bigger question about why we are renovating an existing elementary school without a plan for its future use in the first place. On slide 21 of tonight's presentation, the project's total budget, including renovations, is $20 million. This is not a decision to be taken lightly in the span of 2 weeks. The slides from the presentation 2 weeks ago show the district enrollment has remained flat for the past 12 years, and yet over this time, multiple schools have seen renovations that have expanded capacity. In fact, the current budget proposal in tonight's presentation also includes an expansion with 8 additional classrooms. Why? The district needs to have a serious conversation about whether we need the capacity offered by Wiley for elementary education at all. And I am not suggesting we dismantle the Wiley community. I'm suggesting that the district seriously needs a strategic plan, and it needs to include all of our schools, not just Wiley. And that's going to take some time. In the meantime, Wiley families deserve to know in advance if the forced move is temporary or permanent. It will affect the strategies they use to cope with this very difficult situation. 4 out of 5 Wiley students or families are low income. 1 out of 5 have IEPs. These families deserve to know what's ahead of them. We need a more inclusive decision-making process. I strongly encourage you to vote against the proposal. It is irresponsible to use public funds to begin renovations on a building without knowing its future use. And it is unfair to Wiley families. Before disrupting the lives of 232 students, please insist on 2 things. Number 1, a comprehensive plan that determines the future of Wiley School. And 2, if the plan does not involve Wiley as a neighborhood school, then please complete the formal redistricting process prior to moving those 232 students. Thank you.
Greg Duggadillo.
Do I need to press something? I turned it off. Hello. All right. My name is Greg Delgadillo. I'm a kindergarten teacher at Wiley. It's the only school that I've ever taught at. It's the only job in education I've ever interviewed for. What I want to talk about was kind of brought up already, and it has to do with class sizes. Because, and I'm not a member of the negotiating team, but for me personally, the paycheck is something that I feel once every 2 weeks. The number of students in my classroom is something that I feel every day. When I look at the class size numbers, and I know that we have the caps in here, and maybe as members of the school board, you're all very familiar already with the contract. I don't know because I've never been a school board member, but we have caps, and then we have numbers where we trigger a position for a classroom size adjustment aid. And there are numbers, if you look, like if it says available gen ed seats after updated placements and King will be 2 in first grade, and there's 2 first grade classrooms, then if the cap is 28, and these are things maybe that could be answered later too, then that would put both your first grade classrooms at 27 students in each classroom. And I don't exactly know if there's 2 classrooms there, but the same thing is true in Yankee Ridge, which has 2 or 3. If they have 3 first grades, they'd also have 2 empty seats per room, which puts them all at the cap. And you'll see some of those other small numbers. So, and this will be an issue whether or not we do the abatement this year or next year. But what I think needs to happen is that there needs to be a plan for how the students can be moved to Wiley without necessitating hiring a lot of classroom size adjustment aides. Last year I had, from 30 days out, I had 23 students in my kindergarten classroom, so there was a position posted, but we didn't fill that position until the end of January. So it's half a year I spend over, because just because we have the positions posted doesn't mean we'll have anybody apply for them. And especially, you know, if you keep track of anything with the number of jobs and the number of people that are applying for those jobs, that gap is not closing, so I don't see why we'll be in a better hiring position moving forward, just in general in the country, for filling those positions. So I think whenever this process happens, it's going to impact teachers in all these districts. And when you see numbers like 2 in first and 2 here, and then you see, oh, well, second grade has 30. Yeah, but those big classes are going to keep moving from year to year to year to year. So you're going to have, if you don't have a 6 elementary school, you're going to have to keep hiring, because those positions are also only for the year. They're not like union positions. So then at the end of the year, you have to hire somebody else and hope they stay around. So I just wanted to point that out with the class size caps, that and this is something else to think about too. We had this really great speaker at our professional development, and he talked about relational capacity. And he talked about how important that was, his ability to build relationships. And what you need to build relationships is time. And you have a finite amount of time in your school day. So every student that you add to a classroom divides the amount of time that you have to build those relationships with those kids. And those relationships are not built in whole group lessons, maybe in like a morning meeting type situation, but they're the one-on-one interactions you have with those kids, whether it's at recess or centers or small groups. And so that all becomes harder and harder to do with the more students you have in a classroom. And looking at this, and I don't know, maybe if you don't do this at Wiley next year, maybe this all stays the same and it's still 2-2. I don't know, because I don't exactly understand the open classrooms, but that would be something that I would hope we'd have the answer to. And we have a good plan for whenever we do the abatement, how we can do it so it's the least disruptive for all the teachers across the district, and families, of course, and the students who are in those classes. But yeah, that's me. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delgadillo. Patty Bergen, sorry.
Katie Porter is my legislative hero, so I had to bring in a whiteboard. Good evening. I appreciate being here, although this is my first time with a yellow slip, as I have previously helped present information over different programs, or if one of my children was receiving an award. So it is a little nerve-wracking, but I am proud to be an Urbana teacher still, and maybe it could be important to know just how long I've been here. I was hired in October of 1984. That October, previous to that, the teachers in Urbana were on strike. And one of the things that was very important to them was their class size. So I was the TA that was hired for that, went on to teach a little bit at Yankee Ridge, at which point there was another change in all-day kindergarten, and then moved over to Wiley, where I met another great group of people, and then the kindergarten teachers returned to their building. And that was a time when Wiley was the central office, and actually my oldest son went to Wiley for early childhood. That was on one half of the building. Since that time, I've been cognizant, because I was also part of that first group that Wiley reopened, where I'm not going to cry, where I got to work with some incredible educators, Barb Gillespie Walton, Gillespie Washington, Evelyn Walton. The list is very, very long. So I was thrilled and happy when a couple of my old friends from Yankee Ridge, and we made a really great community from the redistricting that was done then, which would include all of the Washington kids and then added children in that immediate neighborhood. Besides that, there's been that remodeling project at Leo. There's been the sixth grader. My sixth grader was at the Jewel School. So I've seen many of these things happen in the district. Never once thinking or taking pause to think that anything but a thorough, planned, that everyone was committed to children, and was happening. So I never had interest or a reason to feel concerned. And I'm here today because I am concerned today. Although I retired from Wiley after the last 28 years of my career there, I continued to work. I anticipated working solely at Wiley here and there, and instead of a 60-hour work week, having a maybe, 16, 24 hour, because being with children is still my most favorite thing in the world, along with learning with them. So I was beginning that situation. I had old friends at Leo ask me to work, Janet Leroy, who just retired. While I was over there, I've long had an interest in Spanish. College, worked at a migrant camp, have been widely traveled in Spain, DR, Mexico. So I have a really great travel Spanish. And the ability, I've also worked in programs like Even Start. I never really imagined, after a lengthy interim of not speaking regularly Spanish, that I would be needed at Wiley, because there are very, very, not Wiley, at Leo, because there are very, very few subs that speak Spanish. And many of our especially in the younger ages, don't speak very much English at all. And so, in the last 2 years, I have spent at Wiley, and almost, I would say 90% of the time, I'm responding to personal requests from the teachers at Leo who know I speak Spanish, and I still love being with children. And also have been at Wiley quite a bit, especially for during the COVID, and actually worked a program there 3 days a week doing math tutoring. Not oddly enough, but in the last just couple of weeks, and this just came out on Friday at 4:54, I was reading it. So I say you have to do no. And I'm sorry it took so long to get to that point. But the 2 weeks to plan at first, and let me finish this point too. The numbers that were used to add up to some of those things are using the highest limits of class size. And so, given that I know those fourth graders at Leo, and I know the monolingual kids, and I know those fourth graders at Wiley, it is heartbreaking to me that there's any consideration of having 2 classes there with 34 children. Sorry, I went over. Maybe I change my hat and come back as a parent this time. That was maybe my community hat, because it is a triumvirate kind of grief right now for me that this is being considered this year.
Thank you. McKenna Lane. McKenna Lane.
Hello. I am reading this statement for McKenna Lane, the parent of a Wiley third grader. In spring 2019, we lived on the other side of the country and were planning to move to Illinois. I spent countless hours searching for a place to live in a state I had never even visited. Rent was cheaper in Champaign, but we knew our 5-year-old would be starting kindergarten that fall, and we wanted her to go to Urbana schools so that she could experience a neighborhood school. We chose Urbana. We looked at the schools, read up on what we could find online. In 2019, when we were looking, the website had this description of the Flossie Wiley Elementary School. Flossie Wiley Elementary School has a rich history in the Urbana community. It was named after a fantastic teacher and principal, Flossie Wiley, who dedicated her life to student success. Wiley is the heartbeat of this neighborhood and is a place where students are always safe, always learning, and always having fun. I read this and I knew that Wiley was where I wanted my daughter to go. The move was going to be hard. We were moving away from family and friends, from the only community my daughter had known, to a place where we didn't know anyone. We dreamed of being able to walk our daughter to and from school and felt enormously lucky when we found a house near the school. Wiley was our destination from the jump. We chose Wiley for the promise of the community and its role as a neighborhood school. When my daughter started kindergarten in 2019, my youngest was 3 months old. I walked the stroller to pick her up from school. I met other parents and grandparents and Wiley staff and teachers who walked out with the kids. I saw the friendship that the adults had with the kids, the laughter and hugs. My daughter loved school, loved her teacher, Mr. D, and her new community group. Then the pandemic happened, before my daughter had even completed kindergarten, and yet the Wiley community rallied. We learned to appreciate Wiley in new ways. I can't tell you what it means to us as parents to know that our daughter still had positive interactions with teachers like Miss Q and her peers, even virtually when everything else in her world had changed. The community that had been built before was still strong. We attended virtual family nights and looked forward to material drops appearing on our porch from incredible teachers. Wiley was our community. Wiley was our daughter's community. It was hard to have the building close, but the building and the community that relied on it remained. My youngest is 3. She can't wait to go to Wiley and be a Wiley Coyote. Some mornings we wake up to hear practicing her coyote howl to herself while she waits for the rest of us to wake up. She looks forward to family nights at the school where she can go inside and see the teachers and do fun activities in the classrooms. She and her sister talk about that magic year when the older one will be in 5th grade and the younger one will be in kindergarten. And they walk to school together. This is our community, Wiley. There is a difference between taking a community and moving together while their school gets renovated. Research shows that a sense of excitement about the renovations can carry students and teachers through a renovation period where facilities are less than ideal. It is another thing to divide up those students and staff amongst several schools, giving them both new people and a new environment to respond and adapt to. It is cruel and disrespectful to the Wiley community. Please vote no on the plan to break up the Wiley community and start abatement. 2 weeks is a ridiculous amount of time to make such a large decision that will have such a tremendous impact and is not even fully planned out. Thank you.
Thank you. Nathan Tanner.
Right, I got to read fast. My name is Nathan Tanner, and I am a former teacher and a current PhD student studying the history of education policy. I am also a parent of a third grader who attends Wiley Elementary, and I am your neighbor. I say neighbor because how a neighbor is defined will inform the future of education here in Urbana and the rest of our country. Because I study the history of education policy, I want to say that while you cannot see the future, because none of us can, we can examine and learn from the past because we are living out its consequences in the present. Since the early 1980s, political leaders of all parties have increasingly approached education through a business lens, emphasizing P&L statements and finances, as opposed to viewing public education as a public resource for the public good, financing be damned. Since the 1980s, districts in urban areas have systematically closed schools, typically citing low enrollment, but also emphasizing what school administrators have called utilization crises. School boards and administrators who have historically closed schools have done so deferring to their bottom line. But the data used to make those decisions are the same data that have been used to demonstrate accountability to problematic federal and state policies, like No Child Left Behind, Race to the Top, and others, that privilege standardized achievement over the public good. The result of these historic decisions, placing policy over people, what are they? Family trauma, increased segregation, increased suspensions, challenges for students with disabilities, the list goes on and on. My mentor and collaborator, Dr. A.J. Welton, whom many of you may know, has written that decisions to close or reconstitute schools and/or displace children and teachers evade or wholly discount race in their considerations to repurpose an education space. Thus, districts and administrators ultimately exclude mostly non-white families from community self-determination, which is inherently anti-black and most definitely racist. Furthermore, Dr. Janelle Scott, who is likely to be elected as the next president of the American Educational Research Association, has, along with numerous others who I could cite here, have published peer-reviewed academic research demonstrating that closing or reconstituting schools and displacing school communities, as is being proposed before the board tonight, contributes to unfair personal and professional competition between and within communities and schools for already scarce resources, and without increasing the academic achievement of children and youth. Now, the board's current plan, released to our community just 2 weeks ago, as you keep hearing, is up for a vote, and our children and educators' futures are in jeopardy. Please do not repeat the blunders of history. Closing Wiley entirely and removing Wiley student, teachers, and staff from the school and divvying them up like pie at Thanksgiving would disrupt necessary and even life-saving services for students and Wiley families. It would displace teachers, some of whom have dedicated huge portions of their entire lives to this school and the community. A yes vote on the district administration's plan tonight would effectively negate the Urbana School District's mission statement, which is on its website, that declares it is, quote, committed to educational excellence, ... while engaging each student, every family, and the entire community. That has not happened. This plan was dropped on us 2 weeks ago with no input or feedback from Wiley students, families, or our community. This plan would limit our agency, the vision and dreams that Wiley parents and educators have for our children. Dr. Eve Ewing has written that a school means the potential for stability in an unstable world. Voting yes on this plan before the board tonight would be committing to destabilizing the lives of our children, our teachers, and our own selves. And this just after experiencing a destabilizing and very traumatic global pandemic. Dr. Bill Tate, the former president of the AERA and current chancellor of Louisiana State University, has written that when school leaders ignore geopolitical interdependence, or the ways that communities operate as fragile ecosystems that rely on one another for support and survival, when you ignore this, you create political fragmentation and you construct concentrated economic, education, health, and other social disadvantages. Place and space play a major role in the educational opportunities available to children and their families. Geography, where we live, where we engage together, influences our collective opportunities and does and will continue to significantly impact our social outcomes. The board has the chance to rise to the power of the district's vision statement tonight. It can begin by voting no on the plan concerning Wiley, and then engaging the community in an equitable and socially just way to develop a plan that actually does foster caring and nurturing relationships, just as you aspire to. I don't know the future, but I do know the history, I know the policy, and I urge you to vote no on the plan as it currently exists and do more to engage us, your neighbors, in the long-standing investments that we have in this community. Thanks.
Thank you. Mabruka?
Hi, my name is Mabruka Yazidi. I'm a parent of a kindergartner at Wiley. I just want to start by thanking all of you board members and Dr. Ivory Tatum for all the work that you do. The last 2 weeks has really highlighted how much effort goes into this, and you guys are doing this multiple times a month. So we really appreciate it. Thank you. So it was important to my husband and I that Naima, my kindergartner, was surrounded by people that looked like her family. Sorry, I'm a nurse, so I hold it in at work, but then it comes out everywhere else. Okay, so it was important that my daughter Naima was surrounded by people that looked like her family, that she went to a school in a district where her name or her mother's name or her Jedi skin color would not be an issue. We could have purchased a house in Champaign, but my husband and I really felt much more at home in what we like to call crunchy granola Urbana. When looking for houses, the realtors told us you need to get into the Leal School District, or Leal School Zone. But after talking to our Michelle Gonzalez, our friend, who used to be a teacher at Wiley, my sister-in-law who had friends that taught at Wiley, as well as patients that I saw whose children went to Wiley, we really felt committed to sending our child there. Why Wiley? Why did we choose Wiley when we've made very calculated choices regarding our child's education, such as placing her into preschools like Next Gen or waiting the 2 years to get into the U of I Child Development Lab? What made or makes Wiley a destination school for our family? It's the community. It's the very special culture that Dr. Heinhorst and the teachers have created. So I just want to tell you a little bit about Wiley. I'm sure that you're aware that Wiley is Urbana's smallest elementary school with 232 students. Our student body is comprised of 80% people of color and 78% SES. But did you know that 38 to 46% on average for the last 4 years-ish, our certified staff, our certified teachers are people of color, and that is by far and away the highest number in this district? Did you know that 50% of the staff at Wiley, and I'm talking everybody that works there, are people of color? 77% of the staff at Wiley was hired by our current principal, so within the last 4 to 5 years. This culture Our community was fostered with purpose. Our teachers, our principal created this community to reflect the student body. In Urbana, Crunchy Granola Urbana, I would think we would all agree that representation matters, that restorative justice is owed, and our Wiley community is committed to both of those. To highlight this, my friend and fellow parent Rakaya shared some info with me right before the meeting. Not only did Wiley close the low income achievement gap in ELA by 14 points during the pandemic, so under duress, but they closed the black-white achievement gap by 8 points during the pandemic. So when we talk about equity, are we literally only going to show our children as percentages on slide number 28? Are we not going to take into account the hard work and endless effort put in by our principal, teachers, and students who have met actual measurable equity outcomes? Speaking of our teachers, I have one more stat for you, and that's 86%. Wiley Elementary has a teacher retention rate of 86%. That's the second highest in this district. That's something you board members and Dr. Ivory Tradum should be very proud that you also help foster that. It's incredible. We all know it is getting increasingly more difficult to find educators to fill classrooms. Doesn't it say something about this school culture that these teachers and at the helm with Dr. Heinhorst has created? Our teachers want to stay at Wiley. They aren't moving away to better schools. They're committed to what is happening in our Wiley community. They are committed to our children. So I'm just going to end my 5 minutes here, 8 seconds. Please vote no on the abatement. It's more than an abatement right now, and it's not that we don't want renovation. It's not that we want asbestos, but we need a plan first. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lauren Karplus, please. Lauren Karplus.
Whew, how to follow that. So I sat here several months ago and I told the board that I would be happy to send my child to any Urbana schools. And while I stand by that statement, you'll remember I also said, if the basis for busing is to create a more balanced school system with regard to race, income, and educational attainment of the parents. I am concerned that the current redistribution plan in place for Wiley students during renovations, and the plan does leave it open if these placements become permanent, exacerbates existing segregation and inequalities in the district. In particular, where I live, the North Wiley zone, so north of University Avenue, sends half of, according to the plan, as I understand it, and again, I've only had 2 weeks to absorb this, and I haven't really had a chance to sit down and ask a lot of detailed questions yet. So I could be operating out of bad information when I'm saying this, right? So half of my zone gets sent to King, which according to the Illinois School Report Card is already 64% black and very low income. So sending my neighborhood there would presumably increase both of those percents to my knowledge. And again, I'm open to being corrected on that. The other half of my neighborhood which would be bused all the way to Thomas Paine, which is the furthest school in the entire district from my neighborhood. I cannot imagine how parents without transport in my neighborhood will be able to get to parent-teacher conferences, school events, or even pick up a sick child, as there is no convenient bus route to the school either. I am also concerned about overcrowding at Paine. The parking lot's already full every day, so the district will need to figure out a traffic flow plan and overflow parking when you have that many more staff and students joining. And I'm also concerned that this plan kind of leaves out Leal, which has 49 seats, according to the charts that we were shown, and is only 9% black, and is the same distance from my neighborhood as King. And don't get me wrong, I'm not gunning for my child to go to Leal. Like, don't misunderstand that in what I'm saying. I was very excited to send my children to Wiley, and I was excited for the diversity there, and I would be thrilled to send him to Wiley, having seen this community. But I find it a little concerning that we're leaving out the whitest school in the district from this plan when it has seats to give. and when it's close to some of the neighborhoods that have to be relocated. So we know Urbana urgently needs to redistrict. I'm worried that Wiley students might get doubly screwed, pardon my French, when the new boundaries are drawn. So it was mentioned in the presentation that Wiley students will be given the option to stay at their desired schools. But I think that creates a logistical headache and kind of an albatross of exceptions to any new district maps if that comes to pass, right? So if redistricting, but we're letting these Wiley kids stay, so everyone else gets redistricted, and now suddenly we're in this pocket where we're busing the Wiley kids. I don't know. And it might also mean that Wiley students see their friends moving schools away from them if they choose to stay. So I initially comparing this to the dual language school proposal earlier this year, initially I was on board with the redistricting the Lille monolingual families. I thought, yes, finally a way to redistrict without really redistricting. Like, we're redistributing some of these, some of the wealth and some of the perhaps power, quote unquote, amongst our schools. But over time, I saw the utility in redistricting everyone together, right? You can't redistrict one school. You have to redistrict everyone together. So I hope the board will consider this Wiley proposal in the same way it considered the dual language proposal. There are a lot of questions that need to be answered first, and I think everyone needs to be redistricted together. So I call on the school board to make the right choice, redistrict together, not Wiley alone. The motto of Urbana is better together, so let's go through this painful process together, not alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Julia Hockenmeyer.
Hello. Is this the right mic? Smaller. Okay, cool. Hi, I'm Julia Hockenmeyer. I'm a Lille parent. I spoke to you before about the dual language issue. I also wrote to you. I've been to some meetings here in the fall. I'm basically just here to declare my solidarity with the Wiley families. As somebody who lives in the so-called neighborhood of privilege, I'm really upset by this. My daughter burst out in tears when I told her that she would have to leave Lille. I can only, I can only imagine how these families are feeling now, right? And I'm really upset by this plan to save $1 million or how much it was in staffing costs, by just sort of treating the teachers as commodities and spreading them across other schools. The teachers are the lifeblood of our schools. Support them, especially in this time, right? But they can all go elsewhere, right? It's not in the middle of nowhere, there's no other school district nearby, right? They have lots of other opportunities, right? Please don't do this to them, to those families, and to our town, right? Listen to this community, right? There's so much here that's just amazing, right? We have the time, we don't have to do this now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Crystal Hall.
Thank you, members of the board, for all your hard work. My name is Crystal Hall, a parent of a third grader who has attended Wiley since kindergarten, with a stint of homeschooling due to my son's serious health condition called cystic fibrosis. I'm also a daily substitute teacher for the district, a Wiley volunteer, and an active PTA member. Please vote no to the asbestos abatement for the 23-24 school year until we have a strategic plan in place that clearly states the future of Wiley School. We came back to Wiley for third grade after a stint of homeschooling because I valued Wiley as a truly diverse public school community and as a powerful collective entity to educate my son. Dr. Heinhorst has cultivated a transformative community of staff, students, and families over the past 5 years. Under her leadership, the vitality in the atmosphere and energy among the staff and students has been palpable from the moment you step inside the building. Why no to the asbestos abatement in 23-24? We want and deserve a newly renovated school. Shouldn't we be celebrating? Instead, we are potentially preparing for a funeral, the death of our Wiley community. Why do I use the word potentially? Because there is no strategic plan in place. 5 options for the future of Wiley were laid out on the table. One of those options was to make Wiley a destination location. It already is one. The district sees low enrollment numbers and empty classrooms to be strategically filled with nameless Wiley faces. The district sees disbanding and leading us as sheep to the slaughter to become the solution for its stagnant numbers. We see a community built upon years of relationship building and trauma-informed practices. We see growth in our report card from comprehensive to commendable in less than 5 years. We see 86% in teacher retention, second highest in the district. 42% minoritized or people of color certified staff, the highest in the district, serving an 80% minoritized student population. I was fortunate enough to attend the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Winter Institute as a substitute teacher. The bridging of opportunity gaps and the building of relationships is already being applied at Wiley, and these practices will continue to grow and develop if you let it. Personally, for my family, Wiley has been phenomenal with my son's cystic fibrosis health plan, which is being implemented in a detailed and caring way by his amazing rock star nurse. I have to shout out Miss Julie Suits. My son also has dyslexia, and his experience and effective reading interventionist, Miss Amanda Rutledge, along with his passionate and research-driven third grade teacher, Miss Valerie Willits, have helped him make incredible strides in a short period of time. Wiley has effective and compassionate teachers who execute evidence-based teaching practices and who are also exceptional relationship builders. The staff has been an incredible force, a transformative community, I will repeat that. And I don't say this lightly, a Wiley strong family that has collectively cultivated in large part the learning spirit and the hardworking determination in my son today. So what will your legacy be as board members? Will it be a broken community, the result of disbanding Wiley as a neighborhood school? The traumatic effects still reverberating for many years to come? Please vote no to the abatement for 23-24. Let's not rush into anything. We parents collectively demand transparency and evidence-based strategic planning that puts students and staff first before numbers and politics. Before we rush to abate and renovate, please include stakeholder input that supports student success. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Ephraim B. Tutwiler.
Hello, board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you guys. I'm in the unique position. I prepared something and I'm ready to throw it out the window here. I'm in the unique position where I have 2 kids that go to Wiley and a wife who teaches at the school, right? And I feel like, okay, you gotta hold it back here. What makes this school different, in all honesty, is the stability that it has. So looking at the same teachers that are there that reflect the people that are there in the community really makes a big difference, right? My son is in the SPED program, and right now we have no plan as far as what is going to happen next. As far as voting, like the plan that we have in place is working, right? And we're going to break that up and go somewhere else temporarily, quote unquote, without the other plan. Like, there is no plan in place for the other ideas that are on the board as well. So when you look at destination school, whether that's a fine arts academy, a STEM school, you should have some sort of idea of curriculum in place. And how does that affect the teachers that you're going to have? So those teachers that are going to be there, what are their qualifications? Like for a fine arts school, everybody should have some sort of fine arts background, right? Well, do we have any idea of what that's going to be, what that's going to entail, and how that affects everyone else here in the district, right? In addition to that, my wife, who teaches in the district, still has no idea where she's going to teach right now, right? It's so hard to just go ahead with this plan and know that it's going to break things up. Like, I know, for example, some of the kids in my son's SPED class who he is good friends with, you know, like, they're going to be put in different schools, right? The plan that we have is working for them collectively, right? How are we going to break that up for a couple extra dollars, right? How is this going to go forward? I know one of the strengths in the schools is our elementary program, right? What you guys put on the board is a 6th grade, possibly turning Wiley into. I feel like that the 5th grade is where a lot of families that if they choose to leave, that's where they're leaving, right? Why not use our strengths? I think we need to think outside of the box. If you're going to fix that problem, why don't we turn our schools into K through 6, right? You can pull some resources. I'd love to talk to you about some other ideas that I may have, but at this point, we gotta think about our kids and how we're gonna move things collectively together. And right now, there isn't a space to keep everybody together. There isn't a space that we've collectively talked about with a plan to keep these things together, because Dr. Hindhorst, God love her, like her trauma-informed learning and how it affects every kid in that school. Like, I don't know that we're gonna get that everywhere, right? You have different demographics, you have different experiences, you have different items that are going on, but yet what we have is working. You have the stability. Like, my wife teaches 5th grade, right? Those kids in kindergarten are talking about how they love to be in her class, right? They love the collective community time where they get to come together. They get to come together and experience things. She has in particular, a diorama project where all the kids in the school get to come around and the 5th graders get to talk about, you know, their dioramas, right? But that's inclusive learning, right? They're getting to teach to the other kids that are in the school. And these are the things that we're keeping together here, right? How's that going to be when we're separated? How's that going to be when we have other schools that we're able to do Jewel School? And we talked about it, and we know that. But yet here, that's not part of the discussion yet. And it really hurts me. Like, I'm sorry if I am really passionate about both my Wiley family and my family together. And right now, there isn't a plan here. I think we really need to take a step back and look at things. There are other things that are going on as well, as far as logistics, items that we're going to purchase. Who's to say that we're not going to be able to get the windows that we need in time, right? There are all sorts of supply chain issues that we know are going on, but yet we haven't addressed those because we have 2 weeks to make a plan on that, right? What curriculum are we going to put in place? How is this going to affect the other families of students, of teachers, of volunteers? I will tell you, we have the most phenomenal crossing guard over in our area, right? And it's the little things that make a huge difference. How are we going to get in place more crossing guards that are just as good as he is to help our kids get from one school to another, right? It's that stability that I know, rain or shine, he's going to be there. That I know, rain or shine, that these teachers are going to be there. Like, I know what the drop-off line is like. I see Jill out there every day, rain or shine. I see Mr. D. I see all of these teachers out there pouring their hearts out into these students. And you can't do that. I'm sorry. I think we need to come up with a better plan here, okay? Okay. Before I ugly cry, I need to go. Okay.
Thank you very much. Jennifer Hickson.
Hello. Sorry. I am Jennifer Hickson. I am a community member and retired district staff. You guys do a lot of good work, and you may think it's laudable to move forward with such speed to help the staff and families at Wiley to finally be addressing the building issues that they have dealt with for a long time. But pushing them out of the building with no plan is not a favor to anyone. I worked at King's School when the ceiling in one of the classes fell down on top of the teacher and students. Chunks of ceiling. The classroom was in the old Hayes School. It was a very old 2-story building that a newer part of King was attached to. You talk about a difficult place to work. Wow. But the district patched up the ceiling, and the teacher and students went back to teaching and learning, and the district got busy for the demolition of Hayes and a renovation of King. We used that building and that classroom for at least another year, and we were grateful. Having that time gave the district time to meet and plan for the new building. It gave the staff input into the plans. We were able to give input into what rooms we needed and what we needed in them. We got a say into little things. How many outlets do you need and where do you want them? Which rooms need the big grown-up sinks and which ones get the little ones for the little kids? We also helped plan what happened during the year while the building was being worked on. K through 3 stayed at King. The older kids went to classrooms at Urbana Middle School. David Adcock remained our principal. The kids at King had no gym, and I think everyone ate in the classrooms. Our duty-free lunch sort of disappeared. But we were grateful because we were able to stay together as a community. We had staff meetings together at King. We continued our celebrations, and we celebrated Martin Luther King Day at the UHS auditorium, and we celebrated United Nations Day at the Illini Union. Moving teachers out of Wiley so precipitously will short-circuit the input that they have as a community into this important process. It takes time to plan what the building will be used for, and then design a building based on what you've decided it's going to be used for. How many rooms will need to be classroom size? How many will be for special ed or Title I? Also, a staff that stays together will be able to have some input into what happens if the building does not return to being a neighborhood school. They need to feel some agency in this process. If the decision is that the building will be used for central office administration, say, you probably won't need sinks in the rooms, and believe me, you won't want those teeny tiny toilets. If it is going to be for a magnet school, what kind? Will it need rooms set up for specialized science equipment? Will it be K through 5 or 5 through 7? These are questions that need to be considered out front and in the open and by the entire school district, and particularly the Wiley community. Closing Wiley will create upheaval for all the students and staff of all the elementary buildings. The upheaval for everyone across the district will include increased class size, more classes in every building, and the extra scheduling that entails for all the specials teacher, and fitting everybody into the cafeteria for lunch. And there are many more. Why rush this when we have no plan? So please, don't rush into this. Take the time to figure it out and do it right. This is not an emergency. After all, in November, you were planning to put Leal kids into Wiley. Remember, as my dad used to say, act in haste, repent in leisure. I want to add that I really support the Better Solutions Together proposal that was discussed earlier as a way for the district to move forward on this decision and decisions in the future, because we know there are lots of them coming up. And thank you for the work you do.
Sure, thank you. Next up is Sean Williams.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me an opportunity. My name is Sean Williams. I'm actually a graduate of Urbana High School in 1987. I stand before you tonight on behalf of replacing the administrative staff at Urbana High School. I come to you before, and three things stood out to me, very important that was said tonight, and I hope the folks at Wiley School get what they deserve. Three things stood out from listening to some of these folks is not revisiting the past and making the same mistakes, time and relationships. By getting rid of Fresh Principal Nance, I don't think we've given him enough time. I think that he's developed some heck of a relationships. He actually mended a relationship that I had with Urbana High School. See, I never returned back to Urbana High School after a teacher told me I'd never be anything. I went off to the military, and I never returned. I didn't care what building you had, just because of the way she treated me, the way I was treated in 1987, 1986. So when Fresh Principal Nance got back, he actually, a guy told me that, hey, we got a nice principal, man. You ought to meet him. And so somehow we connected. He told me what his plans were, and I think it was to address gun violence. And I think because we don't have gun violence, we don't. It's funny how time where we don't remember. But he invited me to some anti-gun violence initiative programs with different community leaders, and I probably got almost every award that the city could probably, both cities could probably ever offer, Schools Foundation, everything. So I said, man, let me go back to my old school and see if I can contribute to try to help out with Urbana students, because I always address with Champaign students, but never with Urbana. And so I came over and I started applying myself to every meeting. I didn't get paid to be at the meetings every Monday through the summer as everybody else was vacationing. I was trying to come up with a conducive plan that I thought would work. So finally the school season started, and Nance called me. He said, Sean, I need you to come over to Urbana High School, man. We got some students that's suspended, but they're causing a lot of havoc in the schools. And we went and picked those kids up, those two young men, two brothers. We took them to get something to eat. I kind of briefly talked to them just to kind of get a overview of what they were going through. And then we took them to the community garden over in Urbana just to spend some time with those young men. And then we took them to Pastor Johnson's read-in with her Head Start students, her daycare. And I think we made a difference that day. We changed those young men's lives. And I think those are the type of relationships that you have to have. If you try to replace this guy, then what's that going to look like? How many kids do we let down during that process? I think we, listening to those folks from Wiley, I think we do a lot of musical moving of the chairs without thinking. And I know you guys have policies, procedures, and I know a lot of politics go into play when you're dealing with a lot of boards. But I think we need to revisit this. When you try to uproot a young person from their life, you brought him here, you vetted him, you checked his background, and then you give him 1 year to make a difference, or a year and a half to make a difference. When we've been dealing with this here, and I go back to the Ellis Drive 6, Dr. Underwood and them, 1962, they were dealing with the same issues that we're talking about in 2023. It's unbelievable, and so we got a lot of issues going on, both Champaign, Urbana, and around this country. But as we have black educators that come to our community, why do we get rid of them when the rest of the country is looking for them? I just can't understand that. So I know you have, I've been to a lot of meetings, and I know we have meetings before the meeting and meetings after the meeting. I hope we make the right decision after the meeting. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Trinity W.
Trinity is a student at Wiley, and she's outside with my daughter, who's another student at Wiley, because she's not feeling well, so she's keeping her company. So Asha, I put stacked all ours together, so we're just gonna go back to back, if that's okay. Read Trinity's statement.
I love Wiley. I don't want him to shut down. Here's my reason why. I made so much memories here at Wiley, and if I have kids, I want them to go here too. Also, the teachers are so nice. I'm not sure if other schools have color runs, but Wiley tries hard to make us happy. Wiley has so many family fun nights, and I love it. Wiley has always been my #1 school, and I don't want to shut down. Please vote no.
Okay, next. Next, we're going to read a statement from Anissa Williams, who is also a 5th grader at Wiley. She's in the same class with Trinity, Mr. Tutwiler's wife.
When I first came to Wiley, I wasn't so excited about switching from pre-K to kindergarten, but I immediately knew from the second day of school that I'm in the place with kind teachers and great friends. From the color runs to the sticker parties and the pajama days in between. It's always been a fun, safe place for me, and I would hate for it to shut down. Thank you for your time. Please vote no. This next statement I wrote myself. Dear board members, my name is Asha, and I am currently a 9th grader at Urbana High School. Me and my family moved to Urbana in the late summer of 2017. Before we moved here, I bounced around 4 different elementary schools. We never stayed longer than a year or two because either the neighborhood or my mom switching schools to finish her PhD. Constantly moving at that young age was hard. I was always a new girl and always felt like an outsider. Of course, I eventually made friends, but it was still hard having to start over and reintroduce myself. I felt I had lost a part of my identity, always trying to fit in and not be lonely. When we first moved here, I had the expectation that we were going to have to up and leave again, so I shouldn't get too attached, and neither should whoever I met. But being at Wiley changed all of that. Unlike the other schools I went to, I felt like I was actually part of a community. Within that first semester, I had made 7 new friends, and it felt like I knew them my whole life. They accepted me into their school instead of me trying to force my way in. The next year, we had grown so close that I told my mom I wanted to stay here long enough to at least finish middle school with them. I wanted to experience having a solid group of friends and growing with them, and that's what I did. Not only did I start and finish middle school with the same friends from day one, luckily, I was able to start this crazy journey of high school with them too. I made lifetime bonds at Wiley that I wouldn't exchange for anything. Without them, I honestly wouldn't be who I am today. My story is the reason why I'm asking you to vote no for closing Wiley this upcoming school year. Thank you for your time.
Dear members of the board and district administration, my name is Rakaya Perkins Williams, and I am the parent of a current and this former Wiley student. I am also a doctoral student at the University of Illinois in education policy. Thank you so much for taking time out from your very full lives to serve the community in this manner. Your presence is not taken lightly, nor is it taken for granted. By now, most of you should have received at least one email from me regarding the Wiley asbestos abatement plan, in which I have laid out several research-based reasons why you should vote no on beginning asbestos abatement at Wiley during the 23-24 school year. No doubt you have also heard or will hear from concerned families, teachers, students, and community members about whether or not the need for abatement is as urgent as it has repeatedly been stated to be. I would like to now share some personal reasons why I would like for you to vote no. In 2017, as my daughter Asha stated, I moved here with my 2 little girls to complete my doctoral studies. Prior to living here, we lived in 2 different university towns where my girls experienced racial microaggressions on a regular basis in their school settings. To say I was leery of the cultural competence of the school district is an understatement. But after carefully researching each of the schools in the district, I decided to move into a rental apartment that was zoned for the Wiley School District. What attracted me to Wiley at the time was the racial composition of the school, which I believe at that time was about 30% white, 60% non-white, with black students not making up more than 30% of enrollment. It was very important to me that my children were able to see diverse groups of children getting along. Well, I got more than what I bargained for. Both of my daughters formed lifelong bonds. My girls were exposed to Indian food and culture, not through a restaurant, but through friendships that formed with a classmate who was also a neighbor and from India. We celebrated Chinese New Year with another neighbor and classmate. Another Wiley family shared their Brazilian customs with mine. Over and over again, my children made important global cultural connections through the diversity of Wiley. But not only are the families diverse, but so is the teaching faculty and staff. Research shows that having at least one teacher of color increases the overall academic achievement of students of color. My youngest daughter has had the pleasure of having 3 teachers of color. Ms. Chong, who is no longer with the Wiley family, Ms. Turner, who was one of your principals, and Mrs. Tutwiler. That is not to say that the white teachers have not made a tremendous impact on her education, because Ms. Werdelack is an astute and culturally responsive educator, and I would literally trust Mrs. Foreman with my daughter's life. But beyond the personal impact Wiley has had on my family, I know that this conversation is happening because the district is facing serious needs. The COVID-19 pandemic saw a drop in enrollment. The middle school has some space issues. There may be budgetary concerns that we are not privy to. However, that is no excuse to rush through this process. At the last board meeting, we were told that the district did not have to wait 2 to 3 years to begin the Wiley abatement, suggesting there was a surplus in capital funds. But, as my mother used to always say, don't let that extra money burn a hole in your pocket. Meaning, be thoughtful in the ways in which you go about spending your surplus so there's no waste. And my grandmother used to always say that just because you can do something doesn't mean that you should. Research on school closures, and let us be clear, we are facing a school closure. That is how Howley, Johnson, and Pitrier define it, closing schools and sending students from their closed school to another school or building a new or larger school. That research on school closure suggests that students be given at least 1 year to prepare for a school closing. Okay, 1 year to prepare for a school closing, and under the district's proposed plan, our students will be given a little over 12 weeks. Research also suggests that school closure and student displacement has a negative impact on student achievement, teacher retention, and feelings of belonging. It has been estimated that school closures increase inequality, especially since schools with higher numbers of low-income and black students, like Wiley, are disproportionately targeted for school closures to create or build new schools that attract new families to the district. My daughter correctly pointed out that her class of 16 is 25% white students, 12.5% biracial students, and 62.5% black. She actually said 4 white kids, 2 biracials, and the rest black. But you know, she asked me to do the percentages for her. I frequently claim that Urbana elementary schools are some of the best schools around. And while this abatement process may save the district a few bucks, it will cost so much more. It will cost trust. Since my daughter will be leaving Wiley in the spring since she's a 5th grader, the school closure will not directly affect us, but it makes me wonder if I want to continue to partner with a district whose messages around the closure has been less than transparent. I often tell my children that all we have is trust, and I'm going to leave it at that. That's all we have. So I'm asking the board to vote no for the 23-24 abatement process to begin. Wiley strong.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Linda Turnbull.
Again, hello, board. I don't come here that often. Here, this one? Right here? Okay. Hello, board. Hello, this is Ms. Turnbull. I don't come here that often, which I should, but I've been very busy in this community. I'm a community activist. I am a foster parent. I'm a substitute teacher for 116. Hallelujah. I'm a commissioner. I wear many hats. I got more to say. I'm a precinct committee person. I want to go on and on and go on. I'm going to leave that alone. But I'm here for 2 different reasons. One is Wiley School. Hallelujah. The other is the principal. My daughter is here, is going to speak on behalf of that. Wiley School, right now my stomach is like turning circles. I mean, it's like flipping. You know how you get sick to your stomach when you see a lot of people emotionally and they're crying and stuff? I've experienced what some of those people are saying. I worked at Wiley School. Hallelujah. I was a permanent sub, and I know what Wiley School does. Wiley School rocks. That's a rocking school. Hallelujah. And you don't find too many schools that are good schools. And good schools, you don't need to close. Hallelujah. You need to get more of them. So what I'm saying to you guys is all these comments and all this crying and everything people are saying, take it serious. Don't take it easy. Take it serious what these people are saying. What they're saying and what they're feeling is real. Because how could you not feel it? I mean, if you're not feeling it, are you human? Hallelujah. Because I feel it. That school does not need to be closed. Hallelujah. And I'm just speaking, that comes out of me because I'm a Christian. You need to keep Wiley School, and you need to get more schools like Wiley. And I'm not going to keep you guys long, but be considerate about all this stuff that people are saying about Wiley School, because it's real. And it's true. I know because I've experienced it. I was a sub there, and I was a permanent sub there, and I know what they do. I'm just not making this stuff up. You know, I just walked in on this. I wasn't planning on it. I didn't come here with a piece of paper. I didn't come up nothing written. I'm just speaking from my heart on Wiley School. I'm here for another situation, too, with a daughter that's at the high school. But I'm just saying to you, this is not made up. This is nothing writ out. It's just coming from my heart. Be considerate about what all these people are saying about Wiley School, even what I'm saying. And if I'm not foreclosing it, no. That's it. Love you guys. You're doing good work, and you continue to do good work. And right now, we're going to touch and agree that you don't close it. Amen.
Thank you, Ms. Turnbull. Serenity Dodge.
Hello, my name is Serenity Dodge, and I attend Urbana High School, and I'm here in support of Principal Nance. Could you hear that? Okay, in support of Principal Nance. My bad. My mom is Linda Turnbull, and I'm here to speak. Okay. Principal Nance is funny, nice, and positive. Very cool. Every time I see him, he's smiling or helping students get to where they need to be. But he does a lot for us, and changing a principal will not help us because as much as we've been shut down, had shutdowns, once you add in a replacement and have another principal, they're not going to know what to do. Like, we've had Principal Nance. He knows what to do. He's always around the hall. He keeps us safe. And we've known him since, so there was COVID when I was in, 8th grade. When COVID hit, I didn't have a freshman year. But, he was the only principal because on Zoom, I didn't know the other principal. I only knew him. And, kicking him out, he needs more time. He's very nice. He dresses nice. I love his style. He's really nice. I don't know. Okay, but I really hope that we can give more time with him because I don't need he's
What she's saying is, when she first came to that school, she was getting Fs. She's getting straight A's right now, almost. Hallelujah. Yes. This young lady right here, she's planning on going in the Air Force and the Army.
Okay. But like I said, all the shutdowns and stuff, and we've had him for a while now, and he knows how to handle it. If we put in another principal, they're not gonna know what to do, especially if somebody you're trying to hire somebody off the bat because he's leaving. And they don't know what's going to happen. What if something happens bad, and then they don't know what to do, and then something bad happens to us? I'm saying, we need to keep him as long as, we need to keep the same stuff. Miss Blixen, too. I know, you guys said that you was going to get rid of Miss Blixen, too. But, or, go a different school or whatever. But she needs to stay too. I've known her since kindergarten. She's really really nice, and she gets people. They all get people to class. They like to keep people in class because they want people to learn and stuff. And I really don't want any of them. They need more time. I'm saying for. But thank you.
Okay. Thank you guys for listening.
Thank you very much, Serenity. Jasmine Garvin. Is Jasmine Garvin here? Oh, there she is. Thanks.
Can you guys hear me?
This small mic, please.
Can you hear me now? I have been actually sitting, waiting in anticipation and just hearing everybody else's comments and speeches. I'm very nervous sitting right here. I didn't come prepared, but I was able to prepare a little bit of something since I've been sitting here listening to everybody else. I moved from Evanston, Illinois to Danville quite some time ago. I would say about 15 years ago. My family moved to Urbana in 2015, and I have a 7th grader that goes to the middle school that originally attended Wiley. It was expensive to live in Urbana. My family was expanding, so we decided to move to Champaign, and I think that was probably one of the worst decisions we ever made. We had more square footage, but our children went to Garden Hills, and it was not a positive experience. I know what the experience of going to a school with massively unfavorable demographics, and I understand the result of that on the community and the actual school. In 2018, I was a victim of severe domestic violence, and me and my family had to depart from Champaign. I've lived everywhere. I've lived in Chicago, where I'm originally from. I moved to Clearwater, Florida, and I even had a condo in Las Vegas with my children, all during the epidemic. I homeschooled my children from 2018 to 2021, and ultimately I returned back here because this felt like home. I was homeless, and I was a Section 8 recipient of Urbana. And when I decided to find somewhere to live, I knew that this was a good place for my children to go back to school. I currently have a 1st grader in Miss Quisenberry's class. I felt that it was a positive experience, and I like the extreme diversity here. I never have lived somewhere where I've seen so many mixed families. That was actually really surprising to me when I moved here in 2015. I'm happy with my child's development and the way they were able to pick up from where I left off homeschooling them and what they were able to provide my children. My professional background is automotive. I graduated from college for automotive. I actually have a shop in Rantoul. Thursday I'll be graduating with my CDLs, and I will soon be attending school for supply management and freight brokering. So I understand the complications that come into play for materials, supplies, and faculties needed for this renovation, and how that can pose issues for the proposed deadlines. And now I just want to read from 720 ILS Article 10, which is school boards, and it's a composed status of oath of office, if you don't mind. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, so you all guys, all of you took an oath, am I correct, as educational board? And it says, as part of the Board of Education, I shall accept the responsibility for my role in the equitable and quality education of every student in the school district. It also says, I shall foster with the board extensive participation of the community, formulate goals, define outcomes, and set the course for Urbana School District. It also says, I shall assist in establishing a structure and an environment designed to ensure all the students have the opportunity to attain their maximum potential through a sound organizational framework. And I shall strive to ensure a continuous assessment of student achievement in all conditions affecting the education of our children in compliance with the law. And then I want to read one more thing. I'm reading this from a portion of ICSA, which is the Illinois Council of School Attorneys, which is not by law something to follow, but it's something a lot of people, well, a lot of boards base opinions on or refer to. And what is the significance of the school board member oath of office? Board members are required to take the oath of office administered as determined by the board and substantially the statute I just read. In addition to fiduciary and other duties imposed by the statute, the oath of office could be a basis for it could be a basis for people considering impropriety. And I'm sorry, I'm just a little bit over. What does the appearance of impropriety mean? The appearance of impropriety is not a legal standard, but it refers to the conduct that appears questionable, although it may be legal. Community members might assume, based on their knowledge of the facts, that a board member has violated some rule of law because his or her conduct appears suspicious, self-serving, or improper. And just closing Wiley or not having a set idea or letting our community have an input on such a decision that affects our community, I think it might be considered slightly an appearance of impropriety. And that is all.
Thank you. We are on our last public comment. If anybody else would like to submit a request for public comment, there are forms in the back of the room, and please fill them out and hand them to Lori Johnson. But our last speaker for now is Valerie Willis. Okay. You know what? Sure. Go ahead.
I actually just want to say thank you to the Wiley community for coming out. I'm proud of what we're doing, and thank you for the support that you laid to us pulling together. Thank you.
We did get one last request here. Kanita Faye. Oh, and one other one after that. But go ahead, Kanita.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello. Take a breath, guys. You okay? It's okay. Hello. It's a lot of love right now. I was like so impressed by the Wiley community, and to the point one person made. My daughter is a freshman at UFI. She sometimes still howl. Because like once Wiley, we always Wiley. Yep. Well, today I here in front of you wanting to share 3 things. First thing is actually about high school lockdown. I was under a hard lockdown for 3 hours, and that forever changed my life. I was not fearful for my safety or students, because at very morning I saw a school resource officer. I have been observing him all year long. I noticed that he knows what he's doing. He's very connected and he's very planned. So I was fearful for that. I was like traumatized, actually, by the fact that I saw the admin from the district talking to the admin at high school, back and forth, like very, very intentionally. And it got me to feel that this is horrible, how our admin has to suppress their own trauma and take care of us. And they just like keep on doing that, from COVID to Fred to teacher shortage. They're like there and just do whatever it takes. And that made me come here today just to say thank you, and we hope that you guys actually take the time to talk to somebody about it. You know, it has been a long, long time. 3 hours are a long time, you know, and I thought a lot about many things. I thought about the board members, believe it or not. I thought about each and every one of you, how hard you worked, and you know, we were appreciated. I also thought about how your vote affected us in real life. I asked myself, I'm wondering if the board ever felt how I felt right now. I was a community volunteer. I always at the high school doing something. But it's not the same as when I was under the hard lockdown. I don't know if you ever volunteer in high school or would you were under the hard lockdown. Your vote really, somebody's talk about like legacy, your vote stick with me. And I ask myself, how did you vote for certain things? And for that, I want to challenge you tonight. This is a hard decision for Wiley. You heard a lot from our community members. I would like you to please think about 3 years from now. Because if somebody has second grader, that second grader gonna be fifth grade. So quite likely the idea of coming back to school might not be the case. So let's talk about what actually gonna happen for the health of the district. I heard a lot of uncertainty and fear. People want you to be the leader. We did not elect you to win popularity contest. We want you to lead. We want you to lay it all out tonight. How things gonna happen? And that would be how we remember you. It's easy to vote certain things certain way, but I'm here to share with you how I remember your vote and how that affect my life. Thank you. Still love you guys.
Thank you, Kanita. Dante Lutz. Dante.
Hello, most of you already know who I am. This is my community, number one. Wiley is my school, number two. And I love each student, each staff, and each family member that's a part of Wiley. When I started in the district, this young lady that just turned 5 yesterday was 6 months old. And so she's been a part of my sacrifice to Wiley. I don't want to be anywhere else but Wiley. I go across town and back in the morning, go across town to pick her up and back home. And I have no complaints about that. Going through this process is equivalent to my afternoon today at Wiley. My afternoon consisted of being a part of a individual problem-solving meeting on a student, one of our 4th graders, whose family was evicted within the last couple of days. Unable to go back into their home to retain their items, just kicked out. Don't know where to go. The stepdad has been in and out of the hospital. And the hospital stays have been weeks at a time, dealing with high blood pressure. And the young lady has been dealing with lice for weeks. We've been doing what we can at the school to help the situation out. I finally got a hold of stepdad, and he didn't have time to talk, but he wanted to help. That's progress. Earlier this year, he didn't want any help. We were trying to help this family any way we can, trying to enroll them in the McKinney-Vento homeless program or form or what have you, so we can get transportation any way that we can help this family. And so in many ways, us going through this process and being asked to trust the process is a challenge, especially with the families that we deal with on a regular basis. This process didn't really hit me until I walked in the room and started hearing the stories of our families and the appreciation. We love Dr. Hindhorst. Her and I came into this together, and she made me pinky swear that I give her at least 3 years, and I've been there. We've done that, and I still am at Wiley. She came in, she rolled her sleeves up even before I came on the scene, cleaning up the filth up under the stage. She brought her family in, painting the walls. She didn't pay them, but they were in there rocking and rolling, trying to at least get Wiley to be presentable. She has challenged our staff and encouraged us, made it a part of staff meetings and a book club as far as unconscious bias. It was very uncomfortable for a lot of people. This is the person that she has been. This is the leadership that she's provided. I know she might not be the most liked person. I'm not the most liked person. Regardless of the seeds we're planting, the work that we're doing, people are always going to have to say what they have to say, but the climate at Wiley, since I've been there, I've seen Wiley do nothing but rise to the top. We are not on the bottom. We have the proof in the test scores. Man, Lord forbid if COVID didn't happen, because we were rocking and rolling. And we hold that near and dear to our heart that we can do anything, and we continue to hold that. So, board members, I ask that you just listen to the people that came previously before me, because we deserve that respect. That community deserves that respect to just pause for a moment and not vote yes. And that's all that we can ask, and I thank you very much.
Thank you. One final call. Does anyone else wish to make a statement for the board tonight? Really appreciate everybody who came out tonight, who opened their hearts out and spoke to us. It was really, really important. Thank you all. We have a long agenda, but I will try to move this as fast as I can. There is no call for an executive session after tonight's meeting. Is there a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
So moved.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. There are no accommodations, recognitions, communications. Our student ambassadors have gone home to study. Our first administrative report tonight is an update on the band renovation project.
Okay. I will invite Scott Wachter from IGW up with Mrs. DeBush, a retired teacher from UMS, who is leading our band booster fundraising. That's okay.
So if you want to just share.
We can share. Yep.
Hi, I'm Karen DeBush. I taught for 30 years in Urbana schools. Oh, I'm not smart. Okay. Hi. I'm Karen DeBush. I'm going to be short tonight. I taught in Urbana for 30 years and worked as an aide for 2 years before I decided I would become a teacher. I do some subbing now that I've retired, and I got this initiative to do with the Friends of Urbana and was asked to do that. And because I think our kids are so deserving, and I've had such a great experience teaching band in Urbana, I said, sure. So on the handout tonight, I have some thank yous. Dr. Ivory Tatum and the whole admin team, thank you for all of your support throughout this. We're not done, but thank you. John Nimmet, thank you. He did so much to make this happen. This wouldn't even be a thought without him. We have an amazing steering committee, and I especially want to shout out Julia Guth, Angie Dimmitt, Deborah Larson, John and Linda Miner. There were so many hours of research, looking up addresses. I've learned a lot. Writing, planning, and making this actually a reality when there were many times we said, no way, we can't do this. The amount of time and commitment has been astounding. Pat Meyer, who donated the design for this wonderful brochure, if you've not seen it. CU Schools Foundation for taking on the donation portion. It would have been a lot of work, I think, if we continued doing it here. It would have been crazy. Anonymous individuals who contributed immensely to this project. And then the hundreds of parents, community members, and alumni across the country who have worked to raise, actually, did $100,000 in like 6-8 weeks. I think that's like a miracle. So I have an update here of where we are. We have donations with the CU Schools Foundation at $98,649. Money donated through USD 116, $1,331.25. We have to pay a fee for CU Schools, and that's on there. We have outstanding pledges of $5,000, and I'm so proud to announce that it is $100,874.41. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like this is like a miracle. I'm so impressed. So we have an amazing community. I wish you could see, and I can't share it, but the list of people who've given, the wonderful camaraderie, and talking to old alumni, it's been incredible. And you know, as a teacher, what we do, and what the Wiley teachers were talking about is our work with kids, how we care about kids. And it's not just that 1 year we have them. It goes on. When Lori sends you this, I have a few pictures on here. I'm kind of a picture nerd. We still have a couple grant applications in the works. I'll be presenting at Rotary hopefully soon. And hopefully people continue to support this initiative and all of the fine arts, because I've been subbing in fine arts a lot lately in the elementaries, and that's where it begins. The creativity these kids have is amazing. So, okay, I hope that we can continue to work together on things like this. I think the arts are essential for our kids, and I hope there's ways that we can continue to support that through all levels here. So, that's all I have to say. Thank you for everything. Oh, you don't need that, too.
Got one. Yep. All right. Thank you for having us tonight, and that's pretty impressive. I've been involved in a lot of construction projects, and it's pretty rare that a parent group raises that kind of money. That's pretty amazing. So we were hoping to bring you bids tonight, but we had some general contractors who were having trouble getting pricing on some materials, primarily the instrument storage cabinets. So we delayed the bidding a couple weeks, and we will bring you bids on March 7th. Do have just a brief update. We did have a little bit of creep in the scope as we worked through the design with faculty and staff. So we've identified some alternate bids. So the base bid is still about where we originally planned. And we have a couple, let's see, alternate number 1 is interior finishes in the instrument storage space. That wasn't originally planned for, but since we're going to replace all the cabinets, kind of made sense to go ahead and get a price for replacing the finishes, as well as the ceiling and lighting. And then there's just some adjacent spaces, some offices, some other practice spaces that we didn't originally plan on replacing all the finishes, and ceiling and lighting. But we're get price on that, and we'll see how it comes in, and we can decide at that point whether we want to accept that. And then we have trophy case and plaque rail. That was just kind of an added scope. And then the sound panels and the instrument storage and music storage cabinets. We're getting pricing directly from one of the manufacturers, and they can do the install. So we made those alternates so that we can compare that to what we get from the general contractors. So again, we can make that decision once we get the bids in. And then just briefly, the follow-up schedule. March 7th, we'll be coming back to you with bids. Hopefully award contracts shortly after that. We'll get submittals, and contractors will order materials and anticipate starting in May construction on the addition. And then once school's out, we'll move that construction into the renovation of the existing space and substantially complete at the end of the summer, ready for school.
Scott also shared some new photos that, oops. So I think these are new. I don't think the board
Yeah,
has seen
those are
these.
some
Yes.
updated renderings with the
The
latest
sound
design.
panels are super important in a band room because right now we have none, and it really will make a difference.
Yeah, it's not an ideal space. Ideally, it would be a little taller for a band room. So the sound panels really help control that sound and protect all our hearing.
And the lockers, I feel as a band director that they're essential because you're protecting instruments that could be worth thousands of dollars. And it's just, school doesn't have insurance for that stuff. So I think it's a safety issue for our kids and for our own instruments.
Okay.
So that was the basic on the band room. If there's any questions on it.
Board members, any questions? All right, we look forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks.
Thank you
Well,
all
thank
for
you.
supporting this, guys.
Next up is our update on the Thomas Paine renovation project.
So, John, we're gonna actually show the photos first before we talk about money. We wanna have some positives. They're in the, okay. Sorry, I sent you a message earlier and you didn't see it. Well, why don't we skip that and so we don't waste time. I know it's late. We'll go ahead and let Scott talk about, so he'll share the bad news first, and then we'll go back and look at the progress that the project has made thus far, so.
The first slide is the original design for the existing site. And then if you remember, we've done most of the remodeling on the site, renovation on the site on the west side of the building. And after we've done that, we're still having issues with traffic flow through the site. The parent pickup drop-off works really well. The problem is then we have buses having to come through. And we have a lot of parents that like to show up an hour before pickup, just so they're first in line. So then the buses can't get through. So right now the buses have to go the wrong way on, through the car parking, and sometimes they get hung up on the circle drive, with parent pickup and drop off. So we looked at a lot of options. We worked with the principal, transportation, our civil engineers, and if we go to the second slide, the recommendation is that we actually separate the bus traffic and actually take that bus traffic. We had a separate service drive, so push the buses over with the service drive, have a turnaround on the north side of the school there, and we've actually added a small canopy out of that north entrance and exit to the school so kids can be out of the weather and wait for their bus. It does push our playgrounds a little bit further north, but it's probably similar to what they had originally out there. So this is the recommendation. The intention is to use construction contingency that's remaining for this, so we're not actually increasing the dollar value that the board approved. We're just using some of that contingency to do this work. And it's in the $450,000 range for adding that much paving, and there's a fair amount of grading work to bring the buses in on that north side.
So that's the bad news, and which is the main reason why we wanted to bring this forward tonight, is that amount is going to basically eat up the rest of our contingency minus maybe what, $35,000 or about $40,000.
Yep, in the $40,000 range. Yeah.
So, I definitely think it's worth it. I know normally with this much work left on a project, we still have a whole spring and summer to go. We would not be recommending to dip into our contingency pot this deep, but we have been hearing from the Thomas Paine folks, the parking spaces I don't know if you touched on that,
Yeah, I'm sorry. No, I
Scott,
didn't.
but yep, the additional parking is a big deal. Those 96, it went from 69 to 96 spaces, and if you see along the diagonal there, which was kind of that circle drive, we've added in a significant amount of parking. I'm over at Thomas Paine quite a bit, and you can go there at
It's
some point, and
pretty
every
full,
single
yeah.
one of those parking spots is gone. I know we'll get some parking back once the project is completed. We're kind of we've closed some spaces that were parking, but that still won't be enough, I think, moving forward. So the parking addition was another big piece of this conversation that we had over at Thomas Paine before winter break. I think we've been talking about this. So
Yep.
Scott and his team needed some time with the contractors to really scope out the cost of this. So in most of our projects, we tend to have a dedicated bus lane, and it's always better to separate cars and buses. So I think moving forward with this design is going to make the project just that much better, but it is going to take us right up to our budget, and I think that is what we wanted to bring forward to the board tonight, so you were aware of that. We are hoping and praying we don't hit any other snags. The project is right on schedule as of right now. We're hoping for a really dry spring, but they're mostly inside now, so I think we're okay. But to get this built, we will need some time outside. We also put in there, if you can see right there in the little tree grove, a walkway. That is something else that Thomas Paine parents and staff have been asking for. If you park further away from the building, you kind of have to walk through the grass right now. So that'll be an additional piece to this overflow, new traffic flow model that we have here.
Yep.
So Randy was going to add something too.
Yeah, Scott, I can't remember. I didn't bring my paper with me. But did that cost include that walk path? And then does that cost also include the southwest corner of the building, the sidewalk along the side of the building and then towards the back?
That was an additional
That was an additional,
32,000, but I think we figured that in. There would still be about 40 left.
Okay.
If we accept that, yeah.
Thanks.
I had a quick comment about the project budget. We do have all of the project budget contingency included in our project, so this isn't really an add until we've exceeded that.
No, it's not an ad, yes.
So once we've exceeded that, we'd come back to the board if the need was there to ask for additional contingency for the project, but it's already included in what we have budgeted through all the sources that are paying for this at this point.
Thanks for clarifying that, Katie. That's what I meant by, normally at this point, this stage of a project, we would not have utilized this much of our contingency because, again, we have several months left to go. So, yes, thank you for sharing that. Any
But yeah,
questions?
that site work is going to start shortly, so.
Yes.
If we're going to do this, we need to decide.
We need to decide, so if the board has concerns about us doing this, we kind of need to know, because in order to get this built by August, we need to move forward like now.
I just have a more a sentimental question than anything else, which is the Sandy Cooper Memorial Path
Oh.
that the PTA spent over $20K on. Is that all being put back? We're not moving into that area?
No.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that was always being put back in a modified, but put
But it
back,
will be
yeah.
there?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
That was not a request, but a demand from the planning team.
That was a design
Absolutely.
requirement,
It was
yeah.
a design requirement from the very beginning when we were talking about this, so yes.
Any other questions?
Concerns? So we're.
Are we going to take a look at the pictures too?
Oh, yeah, we're gonna look at the pictures, but I just wanna make sure we have the blessing of the board to kind of move forward. Okay?
I'm just glad that you found this, because I know my main concern at Thomas Paine's always been the traffic pattern. So I'm glad that you realize this
Yeah, it was
before
a-
it's completed, and we
Yeah.
could still change things around to make it safer for everyone. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Ruth
It's
Ann
gonna
would be
make a big
thrilled.
difference. Yeah. Okay, I don't know if my clicker is gonna work from here. So since we were talking about adding about another almost $500,000, well, not adding, using our contingency, we thought this would be also a great
opportunity to just show some updates. The board hasn't seen pictures of the project up until this point. So we have been taking pictures throughout the process. So this is what Thomas Paine looks like today. That middle hallway is their former hallway. You can see the hooks and all the railings. So we've really cleared the hallway out, opened it up a little bit by removing some of those things. There were some updates to the classrooms. So some of those things that were initially out in the hallway are now in like cubbies and new cabinetry in the classrooms that you'll see. So this is the new green hallway and the orange hallway. So the hallways have designated colors if it's a primary wing or an intermediate wing. Don't ask me the colors, I cannot remember right now. This shows some of that new storage that I was just talking about against that back wall. This is one of the newer classrooms, one of those new 8 rooms. So you can see we added coat hooks, additional storage for teachers' materials, different angle of the classroom, a different classroom. Lighting is something that was added, so the lighting has been improved throughout the building. They have new flooring. This is a sensory room. As you know, there, Thomas Paine, there are some special need programming there with the life skills and the cross-cat classes. So sensory needs are a huge part of their daily work and life, and so this is a great space for them. They were sharing a really smaller sensory space, so this has been something they've been enjoying. This is one of the newer office spaces. These are 2 of the specialist classrooms, so like a literacy specialist, resource teacher. A little closer look at the storage. Randy made sure to point out to me that those boxes up on the shelves are not going to be there forever. They are just there throughout the year. The teachers have had to move spaces once or twice already. So this particular teacher had to pack at winter break, move, and she's going to be moving to a different room in June. So she didn't unpack everything. She just kind of left some things packed that she wouldn't be using for the second half of the year to make her repacking her classroom again in May a little easier. So we are not encouraging teachers to fill up that space with boxes, so just saying. Bathrooms. So the Thomas Paine bathrooms were in need of a lot of work. So these are the blue wing bathrooms and the green wing bathrooms, just to give you an example of what the new bathrooms look like. This is a shower. We don't typically add a shower space to our renovation projects, but again, because of the specialized population of students there, there's a need sometimes for them to be cleaned or take a shower. So this is kind of an unusual add, but definitely necessary at Thomas Paine. This is the new outdoor learning center. I don't know if you've seen their courtyard in the past, but this is, I know the I know his wife was really instrumental in caring for the old courtyard as a PTA parent. But this is a beautiful new outdoor classroom learning space for the courtyard. So really nice change. And these are just electrical things. I know we spent a lot of time talking about the geothermal. So this is the geothermal pump room. You can kind of see how much goes into the price, why the price tag of the geothermal is what it is. It takes a lot of electrical and just, I don't know, Scott can explain the specifics, but it takes a lot of work to get
It's
that
a lot of
geothermal.
piping and
a lot of piping, thank
wells.
you.
Yeah.
Yep. And now this is what their work, this is the gym. So this is a view from the stage looking out into the new gym space. So as you can see, this is not completely finished. They kind of flip-flopped the project. Originally, the classrooms were going to be done last, and the gym and the other fine arts spaces were going to be done first. And they flip-flopped that so the teachers could utilize those classroom spaces sooner
We have people enjoying those classrooms, as you could see, at winter break instead of not having a chance to move into those classrooms until the end of the year. So now they're still working on the gym. So another view of the gym. And we still have a couple classrooms that they're finishing. Gym storage, a bathroom area that will be close to the gym, hallway. I think that's the last one. So we've added quite a bit of walking space, traveling space, classroom space. And, you know, I know Mr. Majors would be happy to give you a physical tour if you'd like to go in person to see the spaces. But we thought it would be great, since we were bringing the project forward tonight, to talk about the new traffic flow, to show you some pictures and progress of where they are now. So they've done an amazing job, so.
Thank you for the update. Any last questions, board?
Comments?
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. That's it for that report. I'm going to quickly take a moment to acknowledge and thank our camera operator, Luca Herzog, tonight. Thank you for hanging out with us this long meeting. Our last administrative report tonight is the Wiley asbestos abatement.
And I know I had originally asked Scott to stay, but it is so late, so if you want to stay, you can. Okay. All right, so I am starting us off here. So just to review what we've talked about in the past, I wanted to we took some information from the previous presentation and kind of brought it forward just for the public who might be watching for the first time, and just as a reminder to board members. So as you know, and you've heard tonight, we are talking about moving forward with the asbestos abatement at Wiley for the 23-24 school year. And there is an action item on the agenda tonight for board members to consider that. We believe the fastest and best way to upgrade Wiley and begin the future renovation is to abate the asbestos while the building is closed. We're going to talk quite a bit about the asbestos abatement process, and I don't know if Mr. Anderson is still here. He talked a lot about the timeline. But one of the reasons we're able to move our timeline so aggressively through the project is because we're going to be able to do a lot more work because the building is closed. Just looking at those pictures from Thomas Paine, a lot of the work that happens during the things where they have to touch the inside of the building. That can only happen in summers. We do some work over like spring breaks, winter breaks, but with the building being closed, it really will accelerate our timeline a little bit. And I know one of our parents talked about that tonight. He talked with me and Randy quite a bit about that after the last meeting. So I just wanted to kind of reiterate the reason we're able to move pretty quickly with this and do it in 2 summers and a year is because the building won't be occupied during the course of the school year. So how did we end up here? Just as a reminder, I know I continually have been getting this question via email and when I'm having one-on-one conversations with staff or parents. This came up due to a presentation from our financial advisor from Stifel, who came and shared with us that we would not have to wait 2 or 3 years to start the Wiley renovation project, and that we could move forward with this project way sooner than we thought. We have some funds on hand from our facilities sales tax dollars that we can utilize toward the abatement process now instead of waiting. Another question, and whoever said tonight, yes, we have been responsive and added some additional information to our slides based on feedback we've been receiving from the public and from staff. This is one of the questions that has come up from board members, just from Wiley staff and parents, is are we moving forward with this project because we're trying to offset our ESSER funding, moving those funds back. So I don't know if board members remember, we do our tentative budget in the spring and our final budget in August. So we had already developed a plan to move the ESSER funds into our ed fund. Katie and I worked on that in the spring. We talked about it with Carol before she retired. So we've been talking about that part of our funding, the ESSER 2 grant, the ESSER 3 grant, and we had a very intentional plan, which was listed in Katie's budget assumptions back in May and June, and we finalized that in September. So I just wanted to reassure those thinking that the cost savings that have been coming up is our way of kind of avoiding that return of the ESSER funds back to the ed fund. We have a plan for that, and we had already budgeted for that and are already thinking about that budgetary savings. So I just wanted to share that. The cost savings that people have noted on that particular slide is because of the fact that we would be able to, just for the year, have some of the Wiley staff members covering vacancies and open positions in the district, some positions that have not ever been filled, but there have been several staff vacancies throughout the district that have been filled by subs, and by doing this plan where we would be able to utilize veteran staff and some of the wonderful teachers from Wiley, that is where that cost savings amount came from, not from we're saving money through the offset of ESSER's funds. I don't think I need to spend a lot of time on these two slides. These are carried over from the last presentation, but so instead of spending a lot of time kind of talking about these bullets and why the sense of urgency is, this is an older building, and we are starting to have more complaints and more concerns brought forward to us this year about concerns about asbestos glue dots. Just the health, life, safety concerns have just felt way more prevalent to us this year than they have, well, ever for me. Maybe, I don't know, Randy might be able to have something to compare it to. But that has been a concern that has been voiced from the Wiley community. So instead of really talking about the toilets and the moisture issues and the leaking, we thought maybe giving board members a perspective, personal perspective through photos. I know it's not the same as being there in person. I did want to thank a couple of our board members who did go to Wiley last week and spent some time walking around the building and talking to staff. So you may have seen some of these things, Brian and Laura, firsthand. But we thought adding some photos would be a nice way for everyone to kind of see some of the things that we're talking about. HVAC issues, the blowing warm air. This is the, what is it called, Randy? Formica on the top that has kind of gotten warped from the really intense air that kind of blows out the vents. This teacher with the blue trays, they've kind of covered the vent because the air blows out so much and just warms the room up. So those are areas of concern. These are the leaky pictures that I've seen. Now, these are pictures that we took, but I've received pictures similar to this throughout the year. The little black dots, the kind of drippy goo stuff that kind of comes through the ceilings, and then the tiles. One thing that we have to assume, because there is quite a bit of asbestos at Wiley, that anything that we touch or repair in certain areas is what you would say would be hot, or you just kind of have to assume that there's asbestos there. So that tile, Hank, I don't remember whose room that is, unfortunately, sorry, but there is a teacher who has to look at that tile, and we cannot replace it because we know it is asbestos. And if we touch it, if we paint it, if we do anything to disturb that tile, that ceiling tile up there, then we are going into a full containment because we know that that is an asbestos tile. That little corner there with that little broken drywall, we have to assume that any area like that that is that is disturbed or broken or chipping, we have to assume that that is asbestos as well. The windows, I know not every single classroom window maybe looks like this, but there are quite a few that have the cloudiness. You can't really see it from this picture, but cloudiness, condensation, and the building would need completely new windows because those also, we can't change this window unfortunately because everything around it does have asbestos. So we just thought having some visuals to kind of go with those two other slides would be helpful. So one of our board members asked, and we had shared in our earlier slide presentation, conversations about how much we're spending to repair items, just the maintenance work. So I'm gonna let Randy talk about this. So what this slide is showing you is at the top is Wiley, and we're comparing it to King, Leal, and DPW, three of our older buildings. And then you can see the cost for Thomas Paine and Yankee Ridge now that they have been kind of renovated and remodeled. So, Randy.
Okay. So you can see the cost for 2021, 22 year, and 22, 23 year are sort of similar to Wiley's cost. The King, Leal, and Dr. Preston Williams are all within, say, $10,000, a little bit more maybe, of maintenance costs. But those buildings are also 20,000 square feet bigger, and which with a 20,000 square foot bigger building, you're going to have more time and space that the building's used by outside groups. Our staff use the buildings more, weekend events, and you know, they take more heating, cooling, and get used quite a bit more. So stuff will break down a little bit more, and those costs are higher from that. What I kind of like to say about the Wiley repairs that we do are they're expensive Band-Aids instead of repairs. Examples like the pneumatic lines going to the thermostats, the steam lines are just breaking down in the walls, causing air leaks. The thermostats are obsolete. Luckily, we've been able to salvage and repurpose some from the Thomas Paine construction. And when we are able to find those thermostats, find a company that has one in a back closet somewhere, they're $300+. We do have a new compressor in Wiley that runs nonstop because of those, which is another cost to keep maintaining it. The system's so outdated that it's simple to fix because it's just replacing pipes that go to the steam coils, stuff like that. But it takes a lot of man hours, so we spend a lot of time in that building, man hours, doing repairs. So it's more about the man hours for that building than it is the actual materials. When we do repairs, like around with valves and stuff, sometimes we're going around the valves instead of replacing them because we can't get the valves loosened up and out where they're kind of tucked in. Some of them are like buried in the concrete or almost buried in concrete from previous construction. Lines are decaying. It's a safety issue. Just last week we had a steam leak in the office. If a kid had been sitting in that chair where Dr. Heinhorst has the seat set up, the steam could have burnt that kid and we'd have a little bit bigger issue. And those happen a few times a year. I'm sure Dr. Heinhorst can admit to that. And it also happens in some of the classrooms. Luckily in the classrooms they're along the wall and usually contained in the cover, so we just might have to deal with the dripping onto the floor, making a wet spot on the floor, and actually not the steam blowing onto the, possibly blowing onto the kids. Some other costs for this building that aren't really reflected into Wiley is the air conditioners that we put in there. Luckily, we've been able to salvage some of those too from Thomas Paine. And I'd say on average, we'll probably replace 4 to 6, maybe 8 or 10. It just depends on the year. And if we were to have to buy those are $1,000 a unit now, maybe a little bit more. Haven't price went out this recently. The return fans in the gym are loud, outdated, and not efficient. And we put a lot of man hours into those, try to quiet them down, just because we can't afford to do the replacement because we've always been kind of waiting for possible renovations. Again, like I said, it doesn't take a lot of money to do the repairs, but the man hours are super high. Like I said, I just wanted to touch base again on the steam. It's kind of a big deal. You know, we could have had a bad situation last week over there at her building with if a kid had been in that seat. Things that we've done to King, Leal, and DPW. Some examples would be Leal. We've replaced the chiller. That's not in this cost, but what is in this cost is the mixing valves for the chiller and the expansion tanks and the valves that go with that. We tried to get by with not replacing those items because I think they were fairly new, but it ended up that we had to end up going ahead and replacing them, and those are reflecting some of the costs there. Like I said, at Leal with their $44,000. I can't remember if I said it. We also did lighting upgrades at Leal too. DPW, Dr. Preston Williams, kind of along the same lines as Leal. We've had some heating and cooling issues to take care of, and as you can see this year, our costs are seeming to be staying a little bit lower. And the other thing I want to point out is when we have these fancier systems, that they are a lot more efficient. So our gas and electric use might be a little bit better and like more efficient, but the repairs to them are very expensive. So just hope they don't break down and we don't have those expensive repairs. Some of the reasons that King's numbers are so high is we have had a $10,000 VFD, some other cooling issues, heating issues, and then some gym light ballast were replaced. I do want to mention that 3 years ago we added some new coils to Wiley at a cost of $30-some thousand, but we didn't replace the valves and we didn't get new piping that was needed in those areas. Again, to me, that's what I'm talking about, kind of an example of like what I'm saying is a Band-Aid, where like, we put $30,000 into it and we should have put, I don't even know what it would cost, a couple $100,000 maybe. We didn't do every coil, but we did about 2/3 of the building. I think that's all I have for that's fine.
And I didn't say this at the beginning, and I should have. Just like last time we talked about this, if board members need to ask questions as we're going through, so please stop us so we don't have to kind of flip-flop through the slides at the end. So questions about this? I know I got this question from a couple board members who kind of wanted to know a little bit more about comparative costs and what are we doing to kind of keep the building, I like Randy's word, Band-Aided, until we can do some of this work more intentionally. But
I just wanted to ask really quickly, where it says last renovated in parentheses, and you've got 1957, is that when it was last renovated, or is that when it was built?
that was the last renovation.
When was it actually built?
1950.
1950, okay, thank you.
And I do want to point out too, sorry.
Nope.
Thomas Paine and Yankee Ridge, newer remodels, you can see that the costs, especially for the 22-23 year, are fairly low. We haven't had too many issues there.
Okay. So we're gonna show you some, I've had a lot of questions from board members, staff, and parents asking about asbestos containment. And we're gonna look at the timeline in a few slides coming up, but we also thought it would be helpful for people to kind of wrap their minds around when we say things like a containment process, that people, not having seen one, you might not understand what goes into it. Unfortunately, we are experiencing an asbestos containment right now at UMS with the gym floor. I've received questions about, why can't we abate the building while the students are there? We'll show you the pictures and you'll see how disruptive that would be to the learning environment for us to do that. It takes a lot of time to stage the containment, as you'll see in the picture. So they literally build a fully contained space around wherever the asbestos is, through wood, through plastic, and they work within that space in the building, and no one else is allowed to be there for safety reasons. So the way this would work, we'll show you some of those pictures here in a moment, is the building will be closed in June if this is approved, and emptied. So we would have to move out. Most teachers would have to clear out their bulletin boards. They don't like to have anything porous around in case there is. We had an abatement, unintentional one at King when I was principal. We moved, we had a couple of tiles that were, we only moved like 2 or 3, and just that space for those little 4-inch tiles was enough to have to shut the whole building down. And they literally put locks on the doors and signs on the doors and said we could not be there while they were in the middle of doing this. So it is a pretty intense process. So the building would be emptied. We'd encourage teachers to take their personal things home. We would have our folks mostly in the building in the month of June, preparing the building for the containment, because it will take a lot of moving and just prep work to get it even ready for the abatement at that point. The abatement will take, we've been saying 6 months. We really talked to them and said, if there was any way we could get it to 5 months. So we're really gonna try to push for 5. And again, as we'll see on another slide, once you get into these spaces and start doing some of the work, you just don't know what is going to happen. So it's great to have a plan, but when we get in there and start doing things, that plan might change. We're also planning right now for the roof work to happen in the summertime. And so that would be one of the first things that we would go out to bid for. If this is approved, is to find our roofers, because the roof is asbestos. Once the building is released back to us following the abatement, they're saying by December, we would hopefully have the building back, and then we'd be able to move forward with updating and replacing all of these things. So once the building is abated, they remove all the ceiling tiles. The flooring will be gone. You'll see the pictures as they come up. The windows would be taken out. There'll be a lot of plaster and drywall work that needs to happen in addition to the roof. And so once all those things are abated, then we have to replace them all. And so that's what the additional 6 months and into the summer would be used for. As we mentioned, the fact that the building is closed and no one is there allows us to be able to move in a much speedier time frame than we normally get to when we do these projects while kids are in the building. And another reason why we're really stressing timing is just like the gentleman that was here, the Wiley parent, Mr. Anderson, said, we need to get a lot of these things ordered and the supply chain issues as soon as possible, so we have them all by January. Randy, you wanted to say something before I show pictures?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that things that we would start in June would be, like you said, move everything to storage. We'd remove the AC units, any fixtures we want to save or repurpose. like lighting, faucets, sinks, toilet paper dispensers, paper towel dispensers, soap, sanitizers, maybe the faucets, flush valves. We just kind of go through the building and see what we'd like to keep and put into storage and reuse. At that time, we'd also work on we'd do a O&M, which is the asbestos abatement that we can do in-house. We would do that abatement, and that's like removing the cork boards and wrapping them and storing them until they can be taken away. The dry erase boards, the chalk boards are still in the building, and do the recycling of the old Promethean boards. And then you mentioned the roofing, and that could start as soon as possible too. I think you also mentioned asbestos in the roofing, and that's assumed. We don't know if there is yet.
Assumed, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, thank you. So this slide is important because we've gotten multiple questions about doing this in 2 summers, and just to help people kind of think about, you know, the abatement takes a significant amount of time, several weeks, but then we also need time to put the things back that are abated. So if we go through in a summer and take out all the flooring, then we have to make sure we've allowed enough time in the summer to put all the new flooring back in. So that's just a part of it that I don't know that people are really thinking about.
And I want to add, Jennifer, that all those are doable right now. If we start right now, we can, you know, we can afford to be aggressive with our plan because there's no kids or staff in the building, and the building will be empty. So, like I said, we can be pretty aggressive with what we want to do to the building.
Okay, so what is a containment, what does that mean? And so here, Randy's gonna talk through these. These are some pictures at UMS. So right now we have an active containment. The reason this is able to happen at UMS while the kids are in the building, because again, we've gotten that question, why can't we do this while school is going on, is because if you've been in UMS, the gym is kind of a section off by itself. So we were able to kind of lock that space down, and it doesn't interrupt the traffic flow and the daily goings on. It's, you know, school is continuing to happen because this gym is kind of away from most of the major hallways. So, Randy.
Yeah, so left to right, you can kind of see the way they wall off or seal the building on the kind of top half of that first picture on the left. And then the bottom half of that picture shows a, coming out from the gym, shows a 2-stage, lost for the word right now, but it's an area where they come out of the gym into the first stage, into the second stage for safety purposes, and then they can come into the building. The middle picture is actually viewed from the stage across the gym, and you can see that they're heavy-duty poly visqueen. I think it's 6 mil. Is supported there by some heavy-duty ropes, and also attached to the basketball goals on the sides of the gym to help keep it up. And then the picture on the right, just a microscope for their air sampling for safety purposes.
John, help, it's not clicking. Thank you.
Left to right, you can see the equipment in the gym for the asbestos removal. Again, the double ply, double layer poly walls and ceiling in there to help keep everything contained. They even, in the hallways or the stairs, you can see in the next 2 pictures that they even put 2 plies of plastic down on those to help with the cleaning. And then the one on the right is also just another picture of the gym with some with a machine for the air, and the gym floor with some of it's missing, some of it's still there. You can see, but it's just again to show the 2-ply visqueen that's used to help make the containment.
And this is a good example of like the flooring, like when all the flooring is removed, they kind of have to take out all the old flooring and then to the bare, and then we have to come in and put in all the new flooring.
Yeah, the picture on the left shows the where the asbestos is actually contained in the mastic, the glue on there, and then it's like the wood they're just able to wrap up and throw away. But I mean, they'll do the same thing with the glue, but it's the glue that's actually the hot part.
And then this is just some visuals to kind of show you how they enclose themselves into this space. Yep.
Yeah, just some plywood walls. On the other side of the plywood walls is the double ply plastic barriers, but this just kind of helps. It does help keep the kids and staff from poking at the plastic or prying on it and trying to get in there and see what's going on. Middle picture is hallway in the middle of the building. Picture on the left is the northwest corner of the gym. And then the picture on the right are the exterior doors from the gym, where they're hauling the material out to the dumpster for disposal. Picture on the left is just one of the many air samplings that they do, one of the machines that they use for the air samplings. Picture on the right is the door where they vent all the air from the gymnasium, or you saw that machine pumping the air in there. These are all, it's then tubed out, and you can see there's a asbestos sampling meter, what do you want to call it, up there at one of those, so it's capturing anything to, if it's coming out, so they can figure out where they're having their exposure at. And then the one on the right again is another one inside the gym, up on the stage, another air sampling.
Thank you, Randy. So our intention here is just to, I think just as I'm a visual learner, and I know a lot of people are, just to kind of give people that visual of how much is involved in the process when we say we're containing and abating. And so questions about that? Okay, so this has been something that has been also a question we've received from several people, including board members, is this Illinois Asbestos Abatement Act. We have been, we've talked to the IDEAL folks who we've been working with for many, many years. We've been trying to get more information from our legislators about this. And all we've been able to find is that, yes, back in 1986, there was this act. But every superintendent that I've talked to, every district that I've, tried to in the last week or so, try to investigate this, no one has received any funding from it. So all we have been able to ascertain at this point, again, we haven't talked to anybody at the state of Illinois yet that has been able to confirm this for us, is that at one point, this act probably did have money available to schools for abatement, but long since those funds are probably gone. We'll continue to look into it, and of course, if we can utilize this funding, we definitely will. But we have the funding that we need to move forward with the project without this. But again, as good stewards of taxpayer dollars, we will definitely continue to look into this. There are other grants that we have taken advantage of, life, health, safety grants. The Illinois State Board of Education has a couple. The state of Illinois has some. We've used those for roofing work and for other like maintenance, safety things that we've brought forward. So we have tapped into those. They're usually smaller, $50,000 here, $25,000 there. So when we can use those, we have. But this one we were not familiar with, and we'll keep doing some digging. So I just wanted to put that up there because this link has been shared with me probably by 10 different people now. So I just wanted to put it on a slide.
Jennifer, we want to share that IDEAL Environmental, the company that does our abatement. They spoke with the lady there. It's been there since the 1980s, and she's never heard of this. And she thinks that the funding, whether it was state or federal levels, has been depleted if it was even available.
Yep. So again, if anybody returns my phone calls messages that I've left about this and we get new information, we will definitely pass it on. So I know this timeline has been discussed tonight, and so I'm gonna look at my paper copy because I don't know if I can see that one. So again, this timeline starts like if this is approved and if we agree to this, like now. We would be pulling together a committee. There's been a lot of conversation this evening about the quick turnaround, and I know we've talked about that. We're going to share the survey data fairly soon here in a couple more slides, and I agree it was a very quick turnaround. We shared the survey out multiple times. The reason we waited until I intentionally didn't want to share it because there was a lot of misinformation out in the community and just in a lot of different spaces, and so I really wanted to have a face-to-face with the Wiley parents at the PTA meeting before just sending a random link and say, hey, here, answer these questions. So it was a really well attended. I want to thank there were a lot of people here from the audience who attended that meeting. There were people watching live stream. I don't remember how it was being live streamed, maybe Facebook. And a lot of really good questions that I think really helped inform some of the things that we've added tonight to the presentation, so I really appreciate that. But we did not share the survey until that Wednesday evening because we really wanted to make sure people had a chance to ask their questions and kind of have some FaceTime conversation around it. So it really was a short turnaround. However, moving forward, this Reimagine Wiley committee, and I'm already I asked a parent that was there that night, it sounds like you really would be a great person to be a part of this committee. So I think putting together a group of representative stakeholders from not just Wiley, but from all of our schools to really talk about what this, what this project might be reimagined to be, or if it would continue to be a 6 elementary school as Wiley is today. So renovation, bidding, all of those things do need to happen pretty quickly in order, like I said, the gentleman who was here who does this work, and that is a reality. It's a true story that there are supply and demand issues with materials. So in order to do this, we really want to get on top of the bidding process. We've been working with the asbestos folks, so we feel like we have a pretty good idea of how much time they're going to need to be in the building. They feel like we would be able to get the building back in December, and then it would very quickly move through getting all that other work done in the spring. So not new construction, but touching the existing building there. So we have added in, after talking with Scott from IGW, this is a pretty typical timeline for what we do in other projects. So once we spend several months kind of talking about what we reimagine the building to be, or if we're just going to be updating Wiley as is, then we have time to do that. So we would have a committee. Every time we do a project, we have a programming committee, we have a concept planning committee, and they are the ones who, I can't remember who talked about it tonight, talk about the toilets and where the toilets are and where the electrical outlets are and where we put all those things. So there would be people from the building who would be part of those conversations. Scott and his team are part of those. They lead those conversations, and it's all the way down to where we're going to put this office versus this office and where the intercoms are going to be, all the things that we get to talk about is part of that concept planning. And then the new construction and the bidding. So again, this really does line up with what we've done in the past for Thomas Paine and most recently Thomas Paine and Yankee Ridge. And we do feel pretty confident that if we have a decision about moving forward fairly soon, we will be able to do the abatement, touch the existing building, and make a lot of those improvements, similar to some of the improvements you saw on the Thomas Paine pictures, as well as have enough time to whatever we reimagine the building to be, or that space to be, 2 summers and a school year to get the new construction added. Okay. So here are just some of the preliminary costs. We've talked about a lot of these things already, but we wanted to put some numbers to them for the first time for the board. So bathroom renovations, new sinks, new toilets, all new hardware would be done this summer. Well, not this summer. Yep, not summer of 2023, summer of 2024, and springtime. New windows, doors, interior doors, exterior doors, new flooring throughout the building, bathroom flooring especially, ceiling and lighting would be added. You saw the Thomas Paine pictures of the cabinetry and storage, so those would be items added to the existing classrooms, and then the new roof. The first time we shared this out, I think with the Wiley community, at that meeting we did have HVAC on here. We've since removed it because we want to spend a little more time talking about the HVAC piece and the timeline for that. So if you saw this slide last week and it looks different, then we did intentionally take the HVAC off. That doesn't mean we don't know that we would be able to do it. We just want to spend a little more time talking to Scott and contractor and figuring out supply and demand and making sure that we would have what we need to get the HVAC completed by August of 2024. Questions? Okay. Okay, this was a specific ask from one of our board members. Wanted us to share some information with the public around previous projects that we've done. So this is new information. We asked IGW to put this together because they've done all of our projects. So I didn't have to do all that digging. So you can see, I know it's small, but these are the construction costs. It's kind of a cost comparison for our previous remodels. Again, remember we started this process in 2009 with the original facility, large group facility committee's recommendation. King was the first school. And at that time, you know, for the square footage that was added to King, it cost the district about $7.5 million. Early childhood, you can see, that was basically a brand new building. King was our very first, add a gym, add a fine arts suite, added a couple classrooms. Early childhood was a new building, so a much bigger price tag. Yankee Ridge was and pretty much the same as Thomas Paine, adding a couple classrooms, adding significant square footage through a gym, fine arts suite, and then touching a lot of the existing classroom spaces. So as you can see, dollars and how much projects have gone up. You can't really compare early childhood, but you can kind of look at the Dr. Williams addition there. But the King, Yankee Ridge, and Thomas Paine projects were very similar in scope. I think we only added 2 new classrooms to King, though, and Yankee Ridge and Thomas Paine did have more classrooms added. So that was at the request of a board member, just to kind of see project costs over time. Questions? Okay. These next 2 slides are basically what, you know, I asked IGW to also kind of give us a supposal, right? Like, this is not set in stone, but this just kind of gives us an idea of using Thomas Paine as a model. We know that a lot of the materials and supplies that we've been using since COVID, prices have gone up, everything just costs more. So since we just are in the middle of Thomas Paine, these are way better numbers than we had when we started the Thomas Paine project. We had to come back to the board several times to kind of increase our amount. We feel like these would be pretty good numbers in terms of helping us plan what we would need in terms of our bonding for the financial piece of it all. I did ask Scott, I know someone brought that up tonight, the fact that we added these three additional, this 3-strand, 8 classrooms. I kind of intentionally asked him to put that there, not knowing what the scope of the building might be. So I am not saying that we would, you know, add, touch Wiley and then add 8 classrooms. We've been talking a lot about the flat enrollment, and so if we don't do anything different here and it just continues to be a 6 elementary, or if we did continue to have a smaller size elementary there, we probably wouldn't need these 8 classrooms. But if we did decide to do something bigger or more, you know, a K-6 or something like that, or adding that 6th grade center, which was on one of those other slides, knowing how much these 8 classrooms would cost was helpful for us to have from the very beginning. So you can see that I think is at 2.6 or 2.8. So 8 additional classrooms, which would fit on the site, would cost us that. Now, if we decide we don't want to do that, then we're removing that $2.6 million from the scope of this project. But if we say, hey, a new gym, fine arts suite, all the health life safety upgrades that need to be done in the building. Typically when we touch an old building, we try to go in and add sprinklers and some of those things that are not 2023 codes, but we would do that while the building was being renovated. And the additional classrooms are just here just so we could kind of have an amount of what that would be. So that project would fall within the scope of what we feel like we can handle via our bonds, which would be around $20 million. So we talked about the student placements. John, I'm gonna defer to you from that point on.
Yep, so I have a couple slides here. So one of the things, and I think there was a lot of confusion about this slide in the packet that went out on Friday. So this is not to say that any of this is good or bad, but this is kind of our current allocation of students through the district. And just to be very clear, this is not kind of equally distributed across the district. There are a lot of pockets throughout the district where there are classes that are very close to the caps and classes that are nowhere close to the caps. But if we look at the utilization of classes throughout the district, this is kind of what we end up with. I don't think anybody would like us to be anywhere close to having all the classroom caps in each building. But there is some kind of ideal amount that's probably around 80% where we're utilizing our staff and utilizing our teachers, but still have small classroom sizes where we can have positive educational environments. So looking across this, the district currently has about 600 open elementary seats. This again is just for general ed. This does not include all of the dual language classrooms where there's some also very small classrooms. If you're including the building caps for Dr. Williams and Yankee Ridge, that brings that number down to about 342. So this is about 20 empty classrooms that we have below the caps. Even staying in the 80-ish% region, it's still about a dozen classrooms, empty classrooms that we have that are underutilized in the district. So this is, just to be also very clear, this is based on current year students with current year caps. All of the other things we've been looking at are based on assuming that the current classes of students are going to be moving up a grade level. So this includes K through 5th grade across the whole district. So this is the option that we talked about last year. I think I was hopefully made it clear at the time this wasn't the only plan that we could put into place, but that this was one of the plans. We did get a lot of feedback. I know Dr. Ivory Tatum had a lot of feedback in some of her parent meetings and some of her smaller meetings that people really wanted to stay close to their neighbors, and they had kids who lived across the street from them who were friends, and they wanted to maintain those relationships. So this was the plan that we presented at the board meeting last time. I'm not going to go into that in great detail again, but this is another option, taking that feedback that we received from parents. So the main difference for this one is that this 1A and 1B area, originally we had those split so that 1A was going to Thomas Paine and 1B was going to Yankee Ridge. And then the 2A and 2B area, originally we had those so that 2A was going to have the choice of going to King or Yankee Ridge, and that 2B was going to be going to Thomas Paine. So we did, because the 1B area was very close to the 2B area, if we swap those, it has the net effect of the same basic number of students are going to the same number of schools, but we are able to keep a lot more of the neighbors closer together. So if you look at some of these dots that are kind of right down this middle line where there's kids who live right across the street from each other, this would give those students the opportunity to go to the same schools. Maintaining, as we did before, Zone 3 would be going back to DPW, and Zone 0 would be going back to whatever their regular attendance district is. So if we look at this plan, this has, again, since it's a very similar number of students, this has a very similar distribution of students following the transition time. So there's a few more at Thomas Paine, still well below the caps. And then Yankee Ridge and Williams, most of those schools would all still be well below their caps. One other thing, as we were looking earlier at the kind of general distribution of students across the district, because the kindergarten caps are so much lower, even though we have more kindergarten classes, because we've had 2 bigger classes of kindergarten students coming into the district over the past 2 years, that has resulted in us being a lot closer to the caps in the kindergarten classes. I know that's something that Kim Norton and Dr. Ivory Tatum are looking at very closely moving forward to make sure that that's equitable. But this is also something that we're looking at across the district, as we don't want to have classes that are 4th grade classes that are almost full at King, and then that are much lower at Wiley and Yankee Ridge. So trying to find some equity between the schools for those. One more thing on this, I apologize personally, in the packet that went out on Friday, the graph I cut and paste was the wrong graph, and it had some misleading numbers in there. These are the corrected numbers, and so I would be happy to share those with anybody who wants them. So does anybody have any questions about those before we move on?
Yeah, one real quick one. So it looks like 15 students will be going back to DPW, but how close is that to the 450 cap? I mean,
so with the 450 cap, they still have 22 available seats, so that would keep them under the 450.
Is that going to all really line? I guess that could still work.
Yeah, right now they have 438. They kind of range around that in the 440s.
It's right, really close though.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but they do still have a lot of classroom space, so bumping up against the 450 cap is not as concerning as bumping up against maybe the classroom caps, where you start to more adversely affect student-teacher interactions. Thank you, that's a good question. The 73, that also does reflect the 450 cap that would be at Yankee Ridge if they got to that point.
And Thomas Paine if we ever got to that.
Yep. So one other thing that we were asked to do was to look at how this would affect the equity and diversity among our different schools. So for each grade level at each school, we were able to look at the racial diversity, the amount of low-income students, our English language learners at those schools, and the students with special ed concerns. So by looking at those and comparing each school and how far they deviated from the mean of the district average for those schools, we're able to kind of come up with a standard of like how racially identifiable each individual school was. So that is this top number here that has, this is for racially identifiable here, for low income here, and for English language learners here. So this is using the option 2 proposal from tonight, but redoing that for each individual student at all of those schools. The deviation from the mean actually decreased by almost 1% for the racial diversity in the school. Because of some interesting anomalies, the low income deviation actually went up slightly, while the English language learners came down, and there was also a small decrease in the deviation for the special ed populations. Dr. Ivory Tatum mentioned that not everybody is into math as me, which is really hard to believe because I love math. But if anybody wants to talk about the methodology or anything else later, this is just kind of an approximation that we use to get how, like, what our desired goals are and kind of how close we are to getting those. So if you have short questions now, I'd be happy to answer them, but if you want to talk more about the math, I'd be happy to answer that later as well, and anybody else as well.
So if you want to know how the sausage is made to get these numbers, you need to talk to John, not me.
And I will be so excited to talk to you about it.
Yes. Okay, so one thing that we heard tonight, I think from several of our parents and speakers, was really the notion about keeping Wiley together during the asbestos abatement process. So you heard Patty Bergen, is she still here, talk about the Jewel School. I know there are, maybe not at Wiley, but there are quite a few people around the district who are around and experienced teaching in the Jewel School, either from Leo or UMS when those buildings were renovated. These bullets here just really reflect some of the options that we've looked at, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on those slides. I know we've made this information available publicly. I think everybody in this room has probably looked at the slides that are coming up, and I know board members have spent a lot of time with it. But I did want to just say, you know, we were asked to look for options. I don't know that anybody sitting here feels, well, I am going to speak for myself. I don't know that I feel that any of these are really strong options that I would want to really push the board to move forward with, but I think we were tasked with bringing forward some options that we could discuss, not just for this fiscal reasons. I mean, this would be really costly due to the leasing costs, packing, moving, setting up classrooms, a couple, you know, back and forth, and just all the spaces, none of them are ideal. We've spent some more time kind of looking over at Washington School. That building would need a lot of work. We found out, as we'll see on one of the slides, Brookings, I know we thought might be an option, but is not going to fit the timeline. Maybe in the future, but not right now. Randy went over and spent some time over at Brookings recently as well. So I just want to throw that out as a caveat. Yes, these are things we could do. We could spend, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars to kind of make some of these spaces teachable and livable for a year. But again, I don't know that these options that we have currently would be best for student learning or for teaching and instruction. I did want to add, I did talk to the regional superintendent, Gary Lewis. The fire department, the regional superintendent, public health department, they have to sign off on any occupancy permits that we might request. So any alternate sites that we might look into would have to be brought up to 2023 Health and Life Safety Code requirements. Things like the fire alarms, the fire exits, the sprinkler system, panic devices on the fire doors, appropriate restrooms. If we did look at doing some kind of portable trailer mobile unit, those units have to be either have restrooms in them or have be within so many feet of a restroom. So all the portables we'd have to look at would have to be have restrooms in them because we would not have access to the building to use the restrooms at Wiley. And any space that we utilized would have to meet current ADA disability assistance requirements. So I listed those because we just lived this with the portable that we put behind UMS during, not last year, yes. And we had to spend a lot of money to kind of get that portable, just to get our permit to be able to have students in that space required quite a bit of time, effort, and costs. So I talked to the regional superintendent about this, and he knows, he's been following the process and knows this is something that we would be looking at if we move forward with the Keep Wiley Together model. And he just stressed to me the severity of what this would involve for the district to be able to get a space up to code to be able to use for a year. Was that a question? So this is the Brookings slide. I'm just going to keep going because we know Brookings is not an option now. I'm not going to go through all these bullets. Like I said, everyone here has been doing their homework, I think. So we had the Lincoln Square space, the basement of Lincoln Square, formerly used by Carl's Health Alliance. Washington School, we've spent a little more time looking at that building. Nothing's been done to it since we vacated it, so it would need significant work at this point to be brought up to code, to have kids there. I think this is a option that was pretty attractive to people, is utilizing the portable mobile trailer as an option, that we would put trailers out in the grassy space in front of Wiley. John has spent a lot of time working with trailers, and Randy because of his time in Unit 4, but just with the setup, the need for the bathrooms, tying into the sewer lines, the electrical, the ramps, the technology adds, we would probably be looking at about $100,000 per unit to, and that is set up, breakdown, pretty much everything. The other drawback of using portables is if we're able to reimagine and come up with an idea of what we want to what we want the new space to be, we can't start building a new building if the whole front area of Wiley is full of portables, and we're ready to start the new construction. So I think that is kind of another hiccup here with trying to use portables in the trailer model. So survey results. We shared a staff survey, and it is very short and sweet. We didn't ask lots of questions. We focused on the abatement and next year. We didn't ask people questions about the future because we don't know what the building will be in the future. So we really did focus the survey data that we were collecting on just this process we're talking about now and next year. So we really wanted to know who was taking the survey. Wiley has 42 staff members, and that includes lunchroom supervisors, clerical, TAs, teachers, everybody. So out of those 42 people who make up the Wiley staff, we received 36 responses. So So you can see pretty spread out, equally spread among your role. So we have classroom teachers, people who are non-classroom teachers, and then we have quite a few support staff who completed this survey as well. So only about 6 people did not participate. 2/3 of the staff really want to utilize Brookins, but unfortunately, not having enough information to really make a decision about what that stay together model might look like was the majority there. But 2/3 of staff did not want to pursue an alternate location for Wiley, or did not have enough information. 50% really feel it's important to keep Wiley students together. I think we're hearing that from families and staff, so that is pretty consistent. 61% of the staff support the recommendation to close Wiley next year and proceed with asbestos removal. So 61% of these 36 folks support us doing that, and then almost 39% do not.
May I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Is this the actual question that was asked as written, or was it something else? Because this question does not say anything about closing the building. It just says
No,
start the process.
Yes. Well,
So-
it doesn't say close the building, but that's what we've been basically talking about, so.
But when they answered this question, it was just that question as written, right?
Yep.
Okay, just clarifying.
Yep. Well, I would hope, as much as we've been talking about this, that everybody understood that that's what that question meant, but, okay. Okay, so we did have lots of comments, and this, I don't know who wrote this comment, because again, it was an anonymous survey, but whoever wrote this comment kind of hit everything that was pretty much across the board kind of mentioned. So this person said, yes, the building is desperately in need of repairs, and they really are concerned about their working conditions. But they go on, and we heard that from other comments. But they also talk about how important the strong community at Wiley really is, and that they are really wanting to support bringing Wiley back as a 6th elementary school, which is, I think everyone who spoke tonight talked about that as well. This person also talked about the leasing spaces, and felt like using a substantial amount of district money to lease space maybe is not a good idea for the 23-24 school year, and maybe not a good use of resources. And then they kind of close it out with, Wiley is great for many reasons, and I think this is basically what we've been hearing from everybody is, yes, we want the building to be remodeled, yes, we know it needs to be done, but we really want Wiley to be Wiley again when it's over. So I don't know who wrote this comment, but they pretty much covered the spectrum of what most of their colleagues were really thinking. So parent survey, about 23% of the families responded, and again, as has been pointed out already tonight, families didn't receive the survey until last Wednesday. We did send a couple reminders, and so we had a couple people take it even this morning, but we did close it today. So 23% responded. That is, we use 20%. I know it's not a great threshold, and you've heard me talk about surveys before, and it's really hard to get parents and folks to complete surveys. It's hard. 20% is kind of the threshold that we use for things like the 5 essentials. And so some of our more national surveys kind of use that 20% threshold, so we're just barely there. Each family was allowed 1 response, so we sent a code out to make sure that we could keep it anonymous, but also make sure that we were only collecting 1 survey per family. And then 83% of the respondents, this was something that I think was really important to me, is I wanted to make sure that people who were filling out the survey had information. Either from previous board members, not board members, board meetings, having watched meetings through the YouTube, maybe gone to a parent meeting. I know the Wiley PTA had a couple of their own parent meeting discussions where I was not present. And then we shared the presentations out as well. So I feel like this was a pretty informed group. It was a small group of people, but they seemed to have the information, which to me I think is one of the hardest parts about taking a survey is when you don't have all the information and you don't really know how to respond. So 80% of the families were interested in the safety and quality of the facilities. So we talked about, you know, what are the things that are most important to you, your ability to walk to school, take a bus. People really did want to make sure that wherever their students might be, that Wiley staff would be there and be present in the building. But the biggest thing that was most important to the 40 people who completed this survey was the safety and quality of the facility for their kids. 60% of the parents did not really want to pursue an alternate location. I know or didn't have enough information, which was kind of consistent with the teachers and staff. Again, if we could find a better option, we can keep looking, but as of right now, the alternate locations we have are kind of what we have. And 47% of the families felt it was important to keep Wiley students together no matter what. So that is a really strong theme and very, very important to people completing the survey and just people who are wanting to keep Wiley. And then again, same question. We asked the exact same question we asked the teachers. About moving forward with asbestos removal next year. 80% of the families, the 40 who completed this, support the recommendation to remove the asbestos next year. Or maybe it's 85, sorry. Here are some comments. Very similar themes. Assurances that once the building is remodeled, they use rehabilitated, that the former staff and students get to return. I think parents and students should be able to pick their schools. There were quite a few people who, I know we've kind of come up with a plan of, you know, how we're kind of intentionally putting students a mile and a half with that, which close to whatever neighborhood school they would attend. Just for future redistricting purposes, but there were several parents who said they would like to be able to pick the school that their student would go to instead of us kind of doing it for them. I understand that next year my child will move to a new building, but I am more concerned about making sure that we don't close Wiley permanently. That was mentioned in lots of comments as well. I don't think it's fair to renovate and then take the school away. There were a couple people who mentioned the middle school model because that has been discussed because it's on that one slide from the last meeting. That whole discussion about adding 6th grade. I know we had a parent here tonight who said that K-6 model. So there were a couple people who talked about the middle school. And how we might be able to do both things, support Wiley and also maybe help UMS. So I think this is the final slide, guys. We're getting close to the end. So future steps. Starting the asbestos abatement project is, as we've said, as soon as school gets out. We already know, like the elephant in the room are these two questions. Is Wiley going to return as a 6th elementary when it's renovated and upgraded and abated, or will it be a reimagined into some other kind of construction where the Wiley School could return to the original building, like the 1950 building with lots of upgrades, and then a new addition be added out into the green space connecting Wiley. I'm adding this number 3 because, again, we've been through a lot of projects. I've been through a lot of building projects, and There are always unforeseen things, so just to be transparent, there is that possibility that once we get into the middle of the project, that if something unforeseen were to happen, if the district no longer had the available resources to do some of the other things that we've talked about, there might be a need to have Wiley students be in those spaces for longer than just next year. And I think that is it. Questions?
Yeah, board members, any questions? This will be an action item later tonight. Let's start with questions or comments. We can do this now or we can do this later.
Yeah.
Oh, Brian, were you gonna ask a question?
I was going to ask a question. When we were invited for I wasn't sure if we're doing comments now or comments on the action agenda.
We could do it either way.
Either way.
All right. You want to ask your question, then I'll give some comments.
On the slide with the portables, how many portables do you need to, have Wiley function in the green space? You said $100,000 per portable, but how many portables do you need? Like 6, 8, 10?
They're double units, so
They're double units, depending on how many classrooms we would need. So if we need
12 classrooms.
12 classrooms, we need 6, but we're also gonna need office spaces and stuff like that, so 8, 10 possibly,
Probably a library space.
and lunchroom,
Oh, yeah.
so unless they eat in the classroom, but
They could eat in the classrooms, but
it all depends on, up 10.
So the possibility is if you have 10 portables, that's $1 million. And so 22 million plus 1 is 23 million. And then you do the portables in the yard. Then you go back into the school, then you can build the expansion. So you really only need the portables,
for a year.
for the year.
But could we pay for the rental of these units out of our capital management, or would we have to pay for it out of our operating budget? Because they're two vastly different sources of income.
Yes.
Thankfully, we're relatively cash rich when it comes to capital, thankfully, because the voters passed the 1% sales tax. But our dependence on property taxes and PTEL makes it much tighter for us to have additional spend in the operating budget.
It's likely something we could pay for out of working cash bonds, but that would take away from other projects. Don't know about if we could, I don't think we could spend it, it's not really a capital expense, it's a rental. So it's a purchase service.
Brian? Oh, I thought Brian was, are you next?
If we're doing comments now,
Go for it.
All right, I'll just kick us off here. I want to start by thanking a lot of people who are with us for almost 5 hours now and counting. So I hope we can have a real fruitful and honest conversation here. To me, our community has clearly spoken. I did not hear one public comment in support of this proposal. After 2 hours of public comment, I did not receive one email in support of this, and we got a lot. I didn't get a personal contact or a communication in support of this, which to me is a first since I've been sitting on the board, which admittedly is less time than anybody else here. But I personally couldn't imagine making this decision without visiting the community first. So I did go to Wiley twice this week. And I'm very thankful that I did that because it exposed something to me that was a blind spot. I did not know the Wiley community nearly as well as I should. Dr. Heinhorst gave me a wonderful tour of the building. She took me in every single classroom that she could during that time. I came back later that week and talked for another 2 hours with anybody who was willing to talk to me. Probably there was 20 or 25 teachers, staff. There were a few parents, some of the people who made public comment tonight. And the message that I heard was consistent with the message that we're hearing tonight. amazing building climate and one that was really not in support of moving this decision forward at this pace. There were some really important pieces of data that I think we have to listen to, both from the public comment, and I asked for some data from the district, which was corroborated by community. I did not know, I don't know if others know, that prior to tonight, that Wiley staff is the most diverse elementary staff building by percentage. I think that's a really important data point when we think about teacher retention. We've been talking about teacher retention. This does not feel like a move that promotes teacher retention at this point in time. And that was a message I heard from nearly every voice in that room. And that concerns me deeply, because we're talking here about renovating their building, and we have no community buy-in. Not one person spoke in favor of this tonight. This should be something we're celebrating together, and we're fighting against the public on this. And that, in good conscience, is not something that I can support. I'm elected, or in this case appointed, but we're all mostly elected by our community to represent our community, and our community told us we're not ready. We also sometimes, I feel like, forget that when we talk and talk and talk, there's livelihoods of human beings on the other side of this, and that's also been a struggle for me to rectify. I listened to these teachers, I listened to the impassioned voices tonight. We can't ask people to make huge life decisions about where they've worked, where they've lived, and pull the rug out from under them in such a short period of time. That also bothers me. We need to bring them along on this journey with us. If we ask them to move to new buildings, get them on board. Bring them with us. They have great ideas. We have facilities people who are telling us, certainly more than I know about any of this. These are people we want to help. Frankly, don't really know what else to say about this, but to me, the decision feels clear. I said it in the DL conversation, I'll say it again. I think we have to have the bigger plan in place before we make this decision. It does not feel responsible for me. It does not feel like the right choice to say, we're gonna start the abatement now, and we're gonna plan later. So I strongly encourage the board. My position probably is clear at this point. I'm not going to support this proposal tonight. I really want us to do the strategic planning before we make these decisions, and I want us to build the community that is here telling us they want to be a part of this decision.
Thank you, Brian. Anyone else? Comments, questions?
I had a quick question about the build and the construction, because I think I may have asked Randy this last week, but I wanted to do it out here in public, was, so in order, and I know I'm reiterating things that you mentioned, but I want to get my ducks in a row. If to take apart everything to do asbestos, you're going to have to rip out a whole bunch of stuff, and obviously windows would be a part of that, flooring, all that stuff. You can't put back the old stuff. So once that's put back in place, you could, in theory, just put Wiley back together again as its same old building, just with the no asbestos and a new roof and new floors and new windows, and it could be exactly the same school, right? That's presuming one option. And once that's done and the windows are in place and the floor and the ceilings, no matter what happens after that, if there was more planning to be done, if people did decide to do something else with the school, would the students be able to stay in the school then while that was taking place the way they are with Yankee Ridge and with Thomas Paine? And there's just, it's messy and there's a little bit of crowding and stuff, but their kids are still going to the same school while they wait for everything else to be finished.
Yes, and it would be very much like the Thomas Paine project, where the construction would happen outside while everybody's inside their school, yeah.
Okay, so, and then that would be being planned on at the same, I mean, that presumably over the summer we would know one way or the other what we were going to do, which, staying the same would be an option. But the other question I wanted to ask is, while any planning would be taking place, presumably over the summer, for what to do with Wiley, if the asbestos moves forward, would we also be bringing in people from the dual language committee to talk at the same time or even concurrently sometimes? Like, I know I know that that doesn't sound right to a lot of people. That's like, what are you talking about? But to my way of thinking, like, we also said that we were going to be talking through those plans in the coming year, which
Sure.
would affect movement of students as well. So I'd hope that if we did do discussions from both groups, that they'd be able to come together at some point and talk to each other if that's the necessity. Paul's frowning deeply, and I'm
Well, I'm
I feel
sorry
like
if I'm
that would
frowning
be
a
more
lot.
like a redistricting.
Well,
It
yeah,
is, and
I
that's
mean,
why
I think
Not
that,
part of the
I mean,
reimagine, yeah.
I mean, the way I take it, the decision on whether or not Wiley is a neighborhood school or hosts a magnet program that services the whole district is kind of an input into the broader decision-making process of involving the placement DL and how to redistrict, down the road.
Okay.
But I think that the Wiley, from my opinion anyway, I think the decision on Wiley has to happen first.
sure, and that's why I'm asking, because
And
I
that's more like an
genuinely was
input
like, where do I
to
put
what
all these
happens
pieces?
afterwards.
Yep. Yep.
But your initial point about we could do all of this and Wiley could be back in their building with abated, upgraded, while a lot of that other stuff is still going on or still being decided, so yes.
And regardless of whatever outcome would be the result of the planning, I think I remember asking at a previous board member of Randy and other people, like, a school is a school is a school. You're gonna, it's still gonna be, it would still be a school if they decided to keep it exactly as Wiley, but if they wanted to do, add 6th grade or whatever, it still would be the same school. It's just, maybe you'd add on some
Sure.
extra spaces or some cabinets or what, I don't know. I'm just.
And I didn't say this tonight, and I probably should have. I said it at the parent meeting on Wednesday, because there is a concern, and I'm looking at a couple people here in the audience who brought this point up, who they bought their homes to, that live across the street from Wiley, or I bought my house to be at Wiley, to be a Wiley family, and if the building changes to something else, then do we still get the option to participate, or are we still going to be part of that equation? And the answer would be yes. That I don't want to go back to the map, but that little box there, that not so much. Of course, the kids that are up at 2A, 2B, up by 74 could make the choice to come as well. But those kids that are right there who live across the street would definitely have the opportunity to participate in whatever that reimagine is, if it's a K-6, whatever it might be. But then we'd have the ability to be able to offer people from all over the district to come in for that program as well. So, yeah. I know that's not what you asked, but I just remembered. I didn't say that.
I'm still trying to.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to put all the puzzle pieces together in my head as we go through.
I guess, yeah, I'll go ahead. I realize how late it is, and if I wait until we vote, it might be like tomorrow morning. So I'll go ahead and share my thoughts. I also had the opportunity to speak with several Wiley staff and teachers. So I echo a lot of Brian's sentiments. I appreciated that time. I know our teachers are really busy and working really hard, so thank you for the opportunity. I think a couple of things that also these have been some really intense months being here, serving on the board. I think for those of you who come and speak and are pretty nervous, I would say sometimes it's the same being over here too. So you're in good company. But I think that, I guess, some takeaways, if I can try to bring some things together from all of the experiences that we've been discussing regarding dual language and abatement and moving students and classroom sizes, is that I feel like actually what we're doing is the starting process to strategic planning, right? We have actually started the process. So that's good, and we need to keep doing it. We are asking a lot of those questions that would start that engagement. And I would say what's even harder than getting people to fill out a survey is getting people to show up to a board meeting and speak. And we have seen that in droves and for hours. So again, I will, go back to something that was brought up during the DL conversation. We have a lot of energy and ideas and motivation to capitalize on to do the work that needs to happen for a strategic plan and redistricting. So again, I say, incredibly, motivated, smart, interesting people that are coming and telling us to think about things differently, and all of that needs to be part of the process as we decide where we move as a district and who is going to be going where. I think that I really appreciate, someone talked about destabilization, and I think we really need to be careful in how we proceed in that space. I have the opportunity to be taking some social work classes right now, and I keep thinking about like ACE scores, and I know that's a different realm, but I think it applies. And when we're talking about disruption and how this is impacting students, which I think again we need to go back to that like place of how we are helping or hurting student learning. And school culture. I mean, I think having lived here a really long time, I still don't think I really even have the opportunity or the space to like really have had time to think about and appreciate the cultures that are created in each of our elementary schools and schools. I think we get really siloed and focused in like where maybe we live or where our kids go to school, and we don't have opportunities to see kind of the brilliance that is other elementary schools. And I think that is a disservice, but also just again needs to be continued to be highlighted as we do the work about redistricting and moving and thinking about how we define our schools and what neighborhood schools mean. There are a lot of important things that are happening in our schools in that capacity. So that's not really a clear roadmap. It's more of just thoughts on a process that is really challenging and difficult. I don't really, again, some of the board processes I find also stifling, but as the plan stands, I am a no vote. I think the work has just started, and what we need to do is continue to bring everyone in this room and the people who couldn't make it, continue to ask them the questions about what we're doing. I think abating asbestos is incredibly important, and I get wigged out by asbestos and lead and all those things, so yes, like that needs to happen, but I think we have to have the end result needs to be clear for folks before we start digging around. But yeah, I appreciate everybody's time to come to speak and share your experiences about, your everyday.
So can I make 2 comments in response? So I heard a lot of the people talk about the strategic planning process, and that needs to happen. But having been through a couple of strategic plans now in a couple different districts, until we figure out some of these things, when we get into the strategic planning process, we're going to be having the exact same conversation. So there are some really big things that we need to figure out first, or else our strategic planning process is not going to be effective either. So if we have a middle school that is so large that it's ineffective, do we want to write a strategic planning goal? How are we going to write a goal that says we're going to improve the quality of instruction and all the things that have to happen at UMS without having talked about some of those things first? It's going to be the exact same conversation. We'll be spinning our wheels, trying to figure out, what do we do with our flat enrollment? What are some of the student achievement? I mean, we spent a lot of time talking about student achievement. Honestly, the people who came and talked about our high school administration restructuring, that is grounded in student achievement for our high school students right now. So all of those are really big conversations, but a lot of things that have to happen, in my opinion, before we can sit at the strategic planning table, because we'll be doing the same thing, if that makes sense. At least that's how it feels to me. And I also wanted to just reiterate, and I know this is really hard for everybody to talk about right now, but all of the things that we've been sharing, all of the options that are in our current community, if we don't do this now, we're going to be having this exact same conversation in a year and still not have a space to move everyone together. I mean, some of these things are going to have to happen, whether they happen this spring or next spring or the spring after that. This is going to be what is going to have to happen if we want to do the things that need to be done to improve the working conditions at Wiley. And I know it all feels very rushed, and I understand that completely. But a lot of what we're, and again, having a whole year to plan for that and to emotionally prepare for it, I understand that as well. But I just wanted to say that out loud because I just want to make sure everybody in the room understands that the options we have before us right now are going to be the same options maybe in a year. So.
And I fully respect
Yeah,
that
so I just
process.
wanted to
I
say
just
that.
think that allowing some of the hard conversations, like we're starting, that's what I guess that's what I'm trying to convey, is that we are actually starting that work. And I would hope that our community members and families and teachers and that is like, there is I think we all sort of understand and know that change is going to happen in some way. And I, said this to some of the teachers. I said, there will be processes that require change, and you may lose some of the things that are really important to you because the greater outcome. And I don't think that is lost on anybody. I guess I think it's the process in which we are doing hard things, and we are asking a lot, and we need to take the time to do it.
Anyone else like to speak now, or like to hold your thoughts until there's an action item on the floor? Anyone else? Robbie? Okay. This again will come up pretty soon for potential vote. Sorry, I need to put my glasses back on. We do have a consent agenda tonight for 11.1. We have the minutes for our January 17th business meeting, January 18th special meeting, January 20th District Facilities Property Committee, January 24th District Parent Teacher Advisory Committee, and the February 7th study session. We have bills and checks tonight. Ed fund to the tune of $1.1 million. O&M fund bills for $210,000. Bond and interest fund bills for $212. Transportation fund bills for $36,000. Working cash bonds for $285,000. School facility occupancy tax for $65,000. Tort for $72,000. Life safety levy for $29,000. Payroll, salary, and benefits, the tune of $4.6 million. And Urbana adult education for $166,500. There's a list of various standard personnel items on the agenda to be approved. 11.4 is an approval for administrative personnel items. So go ahead and just highlight that real quick.
Yes, since she stayed here till 10:30.
Beth Ladd, would you come up to the table, please? I'll speed read Mr. Pawlowski. So, in October of 2022, Mr. Todd Taylor, Assistant Superintendent, who is ill this evening, of Student Services, announced his retirement effective summer of 2023. The position was then restructured and posted as an Executive Director of Student Services to allow the next leader more opportunities to participate in individual school planning and problem-solving meetings which occur during the school day. After several months of a nationwide search, Urbana School District had 2 viable candidates for the position. Both candidates participated in a series of 3 interviews where they were instructed to bring their 5-year plan forward to the interview teams in addition to being asked several questions. Every staff member, administrator, and community member / parent who wanted to participate in the process were invited to be a part of the interview teams. Approximately 40 staff members filled out interest forms describing the qualities they wished to have in the next leader of student services, and many of those 40 participated in the interviews held on January 30th and 31st. The interview committees have recommended Ms. Beth Ladd to serve as the next leader of the Student Services Department. Miss Elizabeth Ladd also known as Beth, began her career as a special education teacher at Robeson Elementary in Champaign Unit 4 schools. Following her time at Robeson, she worked as a district leader teacher supporting students with emotional disabilities. She worked closely with building and district leaders to support students at alternative placements as well as those in district programs. In 2006, Ms. Ladd returned to Indianapolis, where she grew up, to serve as a special education department chair for Lawrence Central High School of the Metropolitan School District of Lawrence Township. She also served as a district coordinator briefly before returning to this community to serve as the role of special education administrator with Champaign Unit 4 schools. In July of 2012, Ms. Ladd joined Urbana School District as the Assistant Director of Student Services, working closely with Mr. Todd Taylor to support staff and administration in providing meaningful and appropriate special education services. Ms. Ladd has also served Champaign Unit 4 as principal of Garden Hills Academy. During her time at Garden Hills, Beth led the implementation of a multi-year, multi-million-dollar federal grant targeting the reduction of minority isolation and segregation. Most recently, Ms. Ladd has served as principal of Urbana Early Childhood School, supporting staff, students, and families through the pandemic, as well as revisiting our screening processes and protocols. Urbana Early Childhood School has strengthened their MTSS structures under Ms. Ladd's leadership, as well as preparing for future monitoring visits. It is the district administration's recommendation to the board that Beth Ladd serve as a new executive director of student services.
Thank you.
She does have something prepared after you vote.
Okay, well, thank you.
Okay.
11.5 is interfund loans from working cash to IMRF for $500,000. 11.6 is a resolution authorizing or directing the sale, disposal of personal property, including K-1 student chairs, wooden round tables, various books, miscellaneous electronics, DPW library, weeding log, et cetera, et cetera. 11.7 is approval of the Arbor Management Contract Amendment, and 11.8 is approval of the new activity account for UMass Abbott. Does anybody wish to remove any one of these 8 action items from the consent agenda? Hearing none, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Hasanadka?
Yes.
Member Hall?
Yes.
Member Orr?
Yes.
Member Ogalski?
Yes.
Member Carter votes yes. Vice President Exum?
Yes.
And President Pulaski?
Yes. Congratulations, Beth.
Congratulations.
Thank you all. Thank you all very much. I am very excited about this opportunity. I know we, over the last few months, have heard some concerns from families about our special education services and programs, and I am ready to do the hard work to make sure we're meeting the needs of all of our students. Angie mentioned the interview process, and so I just wanted to highlight 4 of the things that I felt were real priorities moving forward in this department over the next 5 years. And I think one being accountability for our staff, our students, and our families. Another being our instructional practices and making sure we're really meeting the needs of our diverse student populations. Communication and being transparent and communicative with our students, our staff, and our families about the services in our district and how we go about making decisions. And then just rebuilding some trust amongst our staff and our families in this department are areas that I think are important as we move forward. So I'm excited to do this work. It's hard work. We're going to have to do it all together, and we're ready to go. So thank you.
Thank you. 12.1 are gifts. The Latino Partnership of Champaign County provided funds of $537.78 to pay for a student's new glasses. EY Sumpton donated $1,000 to each of the following scholarships: the Cynthia Ann Johnson Scholarship Fund and the Doral Ann Johnson Scholarship Fund. The following donated to the Band Room Renovation Fund: Don and Gail Block, Arthur Sievers, John Angeletti, all gave $100 each. Fisher National Bank donated $750 to the UHS Wrestling Program. Is there a motion to accept these gifts and send out thank yous?
Can't.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There is a resolution authorizing and directing the public sale of certain property in accordance with state law, and that certain property is this building. So is there a good description, Katie? But basically, there's a motion to put this building up for sale, to list it with an agent, and there's a blank for a dollar figure, whoever wishes to make that motion. Is there anyone willing to make the motion?
I motion to sell this building for $475,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Any further discussion? Go ahead, Katie.
I just wanted to say for the public comment on this that there's actually a public sale process that will take place at this point. So a minimum bid price has been set. There will be a 3-week-long notice in the newspaper once every week for 3 weeks. Following that, there will be a sealed bid opening. That date will be published in the newspaper, and if we do not receive any bids that meet that minimum, at that point in time, we can seek the services of a realtor to assist in the sale of this property.
Thank you for clarifying the process. Roll call, please.
Member Hasnadka?
Yes.
Member Hall?
Yes.
Member Orr?
Yes.
Member Ogalski?
Yes.
Member Carter votes yes. Vice President Exum?
Yes.
And President Pulaski?
Yes. 12.3 is a resolution authorizing non-reemployment of full-time, non-tenured teacher not in last year of probationary service. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Member Hasnadka?
Yes.
Member Hall?
Yes.
Member Orr?
Yes.
Member Ogalski?
Yes.
Member Carter votes yes. Vice President Exum?
Yes.
And President Pulaski?
Yes. 12.4 is a resolution authorizing issuance of notice of proposed reclassification of principals. Again, this is a personnel matter which we can't discuss, the details of openly in public session, but is there a motion for the floor?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further clarifications or comments? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Member Hasnadka?
Yes.
Member Hall?
Yes.
Member Orr?
Yes.
Member Ogalski?
Yes.
Member Carter votes yes. Vice President Exum?
Yes.
President Pulaski?
Yes. 12.5 is two separate motions, the first being 12.5A, approval for Wiley asbestos abatement. So now would be the time, I guess, to bring a motion to the floor if anybody wishes to support this, and then we can comment on it before a vote. Anyone wish to bring it to the floor? This is for the Wiley asbestos abatement to begin in the fall of 23-24 school year.
I make a motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Now that it's will be the appropriate time for discussion. Does anybody wish to make a public statement on their opinion on it right now? Because people really should explain their votes to the people who came here tonight.
I will vote against this because I think the plan is ridiculous. In the DL conversation, the issues were you don't move a whole bunch of kids to a different school without their input or knowledge of the situation. And I don't know if you consider the last 2 weeks input and knowledge on the situation, but all the input I heard, as Brian said, is against it. And then the other thing is, so soon after the COVID pandemic, to have people move, there's a lot of trauma involved with that situation, and I can't imagine people doing well academically if that's the goal of education at the school district. So, if that's
Go ahead and finish.
I'm saying if those are basically the two major reasons I think shut down the single DL school, and then a month later here we are doing the exact same thing again. So, I don't understand why we are doing that.
The reason why I voted yes is because I feel like the school is a healthcare crisis. One of my own children went to Wiley, and with some of the glue dots that are leaking, the heat, the steam, all of these are very dangerous situations. My daughter has asthma, allergies, And I'm sure that this situation that this building is in would not help her at all. So that is why I'm voting yes. I believe we need to do the abatement, but I also believe that the renovation needs to come from the community and its partners. This is just to abate the asbestos. It's not saying anything at all. It's to make our school healthy, which is what it needs. Our teachers need to be healthy. I understand change is hard, but the looks of this building, I would not feel safe attending there myself.
Thank you, Brenda. Tori, you're in.
I've been trying to make notes of what everybody's been saying and remembering what people have written to us. And first off, I want to say thanks to for everybody for coming tonight and speaking so passionately, and also for all the emails, personally to me as a board member and to all of us as a group as a board. And I read every one of them. I say this all the time. I can't respond to everybody all the time, but I do read them all and I take them on board. I am sad that this discussion has to come so soon after we had a dual language discussion. And in a lot of people's thinking, it is the same thing. And I realize that that's the way it looks, but in looking at this issue and hearing all of the feedback that we asked the superintendent to gather for us, this is, as Brenda said, an asbestos issue. To me, that is something that needs to be addressed sooner rather than later. The reason why I asked about how old this building was and when it was last renovated was that I thought the build date was 1957. I was shocked that that was the last time it was actually renovated. Since before I joined the board, Wiley was always one of the schools that was going to be renovated, and always with the thinking that then we will also be able to plan for the rest of the district after we've gotten that last puzzle piece in place. And as has been said, both just amongst board members, random comments, those poor Wiley people have been waiting forever. I've heard that ever since I joined the board, and I wanted to be a part of helping fix it. The reason why I asked the questions about could this still be going on, the rebuild that has to happen after the asbestos, I ask all those questions on purpose because I'm thinking about if this was my family and these were my kids, how would I respond to being told this? It's shocking. It's confusing and probably really scary. It would be to me. It would be to me if it was my school. It would be to me if it was my house or my place of employment. If my boss told me tomorrow, hey, everybody's got to move their offices and we're going to move you, we don't know where, but we got to get you out, I'd be terrified. But I also would know that they were doing it because this is asbestos. I mean, my own house has asbestos. I can't do anything to the siding of my house unless I want to do the same thing. I get it. And I get how scary it is, and I've been trying to listen to all of you. As Tori pointed out at our last meeting, everybody's feelings are valid, and they deserve to be heard, and we deserve to sit with them, and we deserve to feel uncomfortable with them. And what I take encouragement from hearing tonight is that even if all we did was nothing but asbestos, which is all I'm voting on tonight, because I will not be here for the future board who decides ultimately what happens to the rest of this district. I have every faith that the new board coming in is going to listen to everybody. I've heard so much from you guys already. We haven't even done anything yet, and it's really encouraging to hear this kind of feedback because it may well end up that after the asbestos is cleared and it's a healthy building again, Wiley goes back to being exactly what it was, because if the community feedback is similar to what we're hearing tonight, that may be what everybody votes on. And I do trust that our administration is listening, because as soon as we heard about this development, that we had the funds to pay for it, which is, I know that kids and safety and trauma and everything doesn't equal, it feels cold to say it's a dollar sign thing, but unfortunately, it is a dollar sign thing for a board who has to be fiscally responsible to all of our schools and the sizes of our schools and people, some schools that have lots of kids in them and others that don't. So to me, doing it with the space that we have available for the classrooms makes sense because we built them for that purpose. And I know every school in this district is different and unique and has wonderful strengths and wonderful people in it, because I heard all about it with the dual language discussion too, and I'm proud of all of our schools, and I'm proud that all of our schools would be wonderful places for any one of my own children to go to. If I decided to go anywhere in Urbana, I would have been happy where they went, because I know that we all have great schools and teachers. I just want to say, I wrote this down. We're not making permanent plans tonight. We are voting on asbestos, which is a health issue. It is a health crisis. It could potentially be one crisis away from something even worse, like one of the teachers pointed out about roofing tiles falling down at King. We dealt with that with this building. We dealt with that with Washington. God forbid anything horrible happens in the next year or two if we decide to wait and move forward. And lastly, one more piece of the puzzle for me was hearing Dr. Ivory Tatum talk about planning for other things in the future. And I do want to see the plans for dual language moving forward. I do want to see the redistricting done in an equitable and thoughtful and community-oriented way. This being done now means we can move forward with that, being wide-eyed and clear-headed about what needs to be done, because Wiley will then be safe and sound and healthy, and everything, if it all decides to be the same school again, once again, you can still move forward healthily with future plans. So I realize that this is a very unpopular opinion. I am thinking through the lens of health and safety and making sure that our kids have a good school building to go back to when it's done being abated. And I know that it's not easy and it's scary. I share your fear, but I think that this is the best way to move forward.
Listen, stop. This discussion's for here, please.
If other board members want to ask me, though, questions about this or, talk to me about it personally, you're welcome to do so. Yeah.
I mean, if
Go ahead.
All right. I mean, I'm gonna continue to argue the position that I stated early on. We are, by voting tonight without a plan, we are telling them we don't know. It's a big question mark. We cannot promise them a building. We cannot promise them what it's going to be. And I mean, interestingly, this idea that we would prioritize Wiley students into a magnet school, to me, actually is at odds with equity, because if we're going to allow every Wiley student back into a magnet school, we're not actually opening it up to the broader district. Perhaps I'm not understanding that particular point, but to me, it remains extremely irresponsible to not know what we are going to do. We don't know our needs yet. We've said this several times. Just because we need to have this conversation over a longer period of time does not mean it's the same conversation every time, right? So the comment earlier that strategic planning has to be the exact same conversation 6 months, a year from now, I disagree with that fundamentally, because we're going to have these people to help us with that plan. And we can still start with this decision. We can tell them, yes, 1 year from now, we can abate the asbestos, and here's what's happening with your building. We bring them on board with us. We don't have to do this in this moment. We can wait 1 more year. The idea that it's a health crisis in that building, I just walked through there. I think it's insulting to the teachers who are in that building right now to say that, frankly. They've been in there. They're giving their lives every day then if we're putting them in a position where it is in a health crisis. It absolutely has to be done. I think that's clear. We have time.
Go ahead. No, please go ahead. I disagree with you fundamentally that we have time. I don't think we do. I feel like I don't want anybody to be in a health-ill building. I'm not equating all of our student learning with a building, but to me, and I'm not diminishing the importance of the Wiley community. I've been to the school, I've talked to the teachers and met with people there. I think it's a wonderful school. I don't want anything bad to happen to it. I'm encouraged by the fact that discussions such as a magnet school seem to be really not popular with the group who are speaking up to us, which is the feedback we exactly want from them. We're asking them, they're telling us now rather than a year from now. And so we're starting the planning, we're starting the planning process now, earlier, but we know we have to do the asbestos. We absolutely know we have to do it. That comes first, no matter
Stop,
what
please.
else. So what is the, it's unfortunate that it has to happen now. The timing is bad. But if I had been told this without any other discussion happening in the year prior to this, if I had just been told this tomorrow, my decision would be the same. It's an issue that we want to take care of so that we can feel really healthy and grounded, and having gotten lots of input in the meantime into what we want our schools to be in the years to come. It's not stopping that process at all.
I think I would just add to the thought process the idea of, I think what became very clear as I was in this space, and I'm not trying to say this as like a snarky comment, but I sort of felt like when I left, it was like, Wiley's not for sale. And these teachers aren't just going to take themselves to other schools because that's what we're recommending, and families aren't just, I mean, I think we're putting way too much faith in the idea that this community is willing to disperse themselves wherever we need them. And that to me is dangerous when you're talking about health and community and learning and all of these, you know, social emotional things that we take very seriously in our district. We're dramatically disrupting, and I think that's where, when you're talking about health and safety, I start to have, you know, I'm like, well, this is part of health and safety. Mental health is part of health and safety, and it's not just, you know, like, and that is the angle for me that is dramatically important. We still have so many needs that we're trying to address, and we're not, you know, we can't just assume that all of these qualified teachers are going to stay and go where they're told to go. That is a concern for me. Students, you know, we might lose more students. You know, adding and making classrooms potentially bigger, we already have like serious social work needs in our buildings, and we're not getting more social workers in this deal. I've also heard from several of our school social workers about this concern. So as much as I would love for it to be black and white, this is not. We're dealing in all kinds of gray. And so the best way to get through the gray is to build support and get that buy-in so we can feel more directed in where we're headed. So that would be my addition to your thought process.
Can I add one more thing to what Laura just said, which came out in the buildings and in talking with folks at Thomas Paine as well? If we have a temporary fix where we're putting people in other buildings, a lot of people talked about the concern of building within a building feel. You don't get community buy-in in 1 year. This is a community that has built something very strong. You put 4 of them in a new building in Thomas Paine, which is also a wonderful building, but a different building, which also doesn't have an administrator at the moment for next year. So there's a lot of question marks, and to build a new community when you're putting new people in there, many teachers express concern. Will I be included in that building? Will I feel a part of that? But if they don't know what's happening a year from now, how much buy-in do they need in that 1 year when they know it's a temporary fix? So I just wanted to represent that. Several teachers mentioned that. I'm not a teacher myself in an elementary building, but that feels like a big deal for community.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ravi.
One other thing that's just, I think, a really big issue with this is the level of confidence and trust in the district administration. So if you pass this on the side of safety, I think you are potentially, you know, bottoming out those numbers. I mean, we don't have survey numbers on what is your confidence and trust, but I think it's got to be really low, and it's going to go even lower if we have a 4-3 vote here in a moment. 4-3 vote for yes rather than no.
Understood. No. I'm still struggling with this. This was easier for me a couple weeks ago before we collected the info from everybody. It's not an easy thing. I'm not being moved in terms of like the pace of this decision for the asbestos abatement by safety. I'm not being moved by inflationary costs, this year versus the next. What's motivating me is that the eventual decisions that we have to make that are tied together, that really are chained together, is the decision on Wiley, the decision on whether or not we're going to do a single building for DL, and the big one, which is elementary attendance area redistricting. They're all tethered together. If we can somehow parallelize the abatement with that process, we can stop sending 120, 130 kids out of the DPW area who can't go who aren't currently going to and can't go to their neighborhood school, because we're shipping them all across town. They're already being scattered to the wind, and if we delay this abatement another year, they're going to continue to suffer for another year because of that. This board made the decision because we didn't want to move a kid twice out of Leal to Wiley, and then again another year. That's why we delayed that decision, because we realized those things were chained together. This one has to come first. I understand the need to want to keep the staff together. This is a wonderful staff. I want to get them together. I wish that we weren't constrained by the way this damn state funds its education, 70+% through property taxes. We are so hamstrung with what we can spend money and what we can spend money on. It's maddening, but we do have to be fiscally conservative in the sense that I don't want to be spending money on portable rentals that we could be spending on social workers. So whether or not we do it this year or next year, I just don't see a way for us to justify that kind of expense to not use the empty classrooms in our other building. So this is a horrific decision. I'm very much torn, but it's whether or not we're able to start implementing the redistricting in the fall of 25 or the fall of 26. This is another year of sending those kids all over town, and I'm having a hard time swallowing that.
I personally am glad that Wiley is finally on the list. I mean, we've talked about this for many, many years, and now Wiley gets their turn to be asbestos free. The renovations and everything, that will come. That will come as the board work goes on and the community's input. That will come. We built Thomas Paine to catch some of the overflow from Wiley and from DPW. If you look back on our board recordings, it's there. This has been on our list for many, many years. And the first step, we have to start at the base and make this school healthy. That's where I'm at.
Any other further comments or statements?
I know it's not the popular vote of the room, but I'm also pretty concerned about the health and the hazardous conditions. And, we talk about, especially looking at the fact that this school has a high percentage of children of color who unfortunately in a lot of situations already come with health issues. And to have them in a building, them and everyone else really, in a building that could potentially add to health risks for them, to listen to whatever the steam valve that came down that could have burned a kid. I mean, these are things that we need to take care of, and it's past time for this building to start being taken care of. This building has been last, obviously, I don't know all the history behind why Wiley is the last building. I was not on the board. But I do think it is past time for this building to get much needed care taken care of it. And it really has nothing to do, again, with the great community, the principal, the students, what's been built there. I've seen it myself as well. But to not move forward means basically that I'm acknowledging that there are hazardous conditions or potential hazardous conditions, and that I'm continuing to put students at risk and teachers at risk, just really means a lot to me personally. So.
Any other further comments? Hearing none, roll call vote would be in order.
Member Hasanadka.
No.
Member Hall.
Yes.
Member Orr.
No.
Member Ogalski.
No.
Member Carter votes yes. Vice President Exum.
Yes.
And President Pulaski.
Yes, motion passes. (12.5B) is a similar motion for the approval of the Wiley Asbestos Abatement Project Engineering Consulting Agreement. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second. Me.
Who moved and who's second?
I second it.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please. This is 12. This is 12.5B. It's the second half of the motion.
Member Hasanadka.
No.
Member Hall.
Yes.
Member Orr.
No.
Member Ogalski.
No.
Member Carter votes yes. Vice President Exum.
Yes.
And President Pulaski.
Yes. 12.6, approval of the bid for Urbana Middle School chiller. Randy?
We received bids for the Urbana Middle School chiller replacements at 2 p.m. on February 2nd, 2023 from 4 mechanical contractors. The low bid was Davis Houck from Urbana, Illinois, with a low bid of $728,500. The bids ranged from $728,500 to $829,600. IGW has reviewed this bid and scope of work, and Davis Houck is comfortable with their bid. Based on the information provided, I recommend the acceptance of the base bid and recommend the district maintain a 10% construction contingency of $72,800 for unforeseen conditions during this construction process. The project will start over the winter break 2023 and conclude in March 2024.
Does anyone have any comments or questions for Randy? Hearing none, the chair would entertain a motion to approve the bid.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Hasanadka.
Yes.
Member Hall.
Yes.
Member Orr.
Yes.
Member Ogalski.
Yes.
Member Carter votes yes. Vice President Exum.
Yes.
President Pulaski.
Yes. Next up is approval of a bid for the UMS gym floor asbestos abatement. Again, Randy.
Okay. We received bids for the asbestos removal for the Urbana Middle School gym and the east deck flooring. Bid opening was Monday, February 6, 2023. We had 3 asbestos services submit bids. The low bidder was American Asbestos Abatement LLC with a bid of $184,984. Due to the emergency nature of this project and contractor's availability, I brought this information to the board's attention on February 7th, 2023, so that work could be initiated. Today, February 21st, 2023, I'm bringing the contract forward for the board's ratification. Based on the information provided, we recommend an acceptance of this bid of $184,984. We would recommend that the district maintain a 10% construction contingency of $18,498 for unforeseen conditions discovered during this removal process.
Is there a motion on the floor?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further comments or questions? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Member Hasanadka.
Yes.
Member Hall.
Yes.
Member Orr.
Yes.
Member Ogalski.
Yes.
Member Carter votes yes. Vice President Exum. And President Pulaski.
Yes. We're up to 12.9, approval requested for the 2020, did I miss one?
12-8.
Thank you. There's a resolution approving emergency award for the flooring replacement at UMS. Again, Randy.
We received a proposal from Stalker Sports Floors for the Urbana Middle School gym and east deck flooring replacement. The cost of the east deck is $100,900. The gym floor is $219,000. This was covered by and will be paid directly by the district's insurance company. Work will begin in the next couple of weeks following abatement. Based on the information provided above, I recommend acceptance of the proposal for $319,900.
Is there a motion?
Second.
Any further comments or questions? Roll call, please.
Member Hasanaka?
Yes.
Member Hall?
Yes.
Member Orr?
Yes.
Member Ogalski?
Yes.
Member Carter votes yes. Vice President Exum? And President Pulaski?
Yes, 12.9 is now the requested approval for the next two district calendars. Kim?
Yes, approval is requested from the 23-24 and 24-25 calendars that were previously presented at the February 7th study session.
Is there any comments or questions? Go ahead, Ravi.
Can you comment again about what the desire to have a fall break is? Because, you know, there's a lot of issues for some families in regards to childcare, to taking another week off work to watch their kids, in addition to spring break and the winter break.
I would be more than happy to. So we discussed that as a committee. We also discussed that with our staff. That particular time, we even pondered that we would do a fall break attached to Thanksgiving, and we heard back from staff and from our calendar committee that that was even too long, that we needed to have an earlier break for our staff and for our students. And in addition, also for recruitment and retention, because we have Unit 4 that approved that same break that we're proposing with these calendars, both mirror Unit 4's breaks. And so that would also, we would not have staff for our classrooms if they're home with their children as well. So many reasons.
Any other questions for Kim? If not, the chair would entertain a motion to approve the next two proposed district calendars.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Again, roll call.
Member Hasanaka?
Yes.
Member Hall?
Yes.
Member Orr?
Yes.
Member Ogalski?
Yes.
Member Carter votes yes. Vice President Exum? And President Pulaski?
Yes, there is a call for a future special executive meeting tomorrow night for student discipline. Superintendent's report.
So we will attach the superintendent report when we send the board update out tomorrow. So we'll just make those slides available instead of save us a few minutes.
All right.
Since it's so late.
Sure. But there were a number of FOIAs that were fulfilled. Latasha Foreman had a variety of communications. Tanya Campbell from DataBid had a bid opening tabulation or apparent low bidder on their Urbana Middle School asbestos abatement project. Hosea Chatterton from Local Labs had requested a directory of all current students, including all directory information as provided by the Illinois Administrative Code. And again from Hosea Chatterton from Local Labs, employee information, specifically teachers, with the following data points for the years 2020, 2021, and 2022. First name, last name, position, job title, department pay rate, year-to-date gross pay. And lastly, Ruth Kadorvitz requesting the district policies on when it is appropriate to issue a communication plan restricting communication between a parent and school, the district policies on classroom visits, including class visits under Title I. Any board reports tonight?
Yes, I have one. I would just like to remind all the families and students out there that March 4th is Read Across America, and I'm looking forward to that. One of the new Urbana School Board members who is helping to do a lot of the planning is Sherry Langendorf, and she's worked very hard on this. I'm looking forward to be a greeter there. Hopefully several other district admin and board members might have had the opportunity to volunteer also, but it's really a great time to promote literacy, and there's lots of fun activities to do with your children.
All right, any other board reports? Go ahead, Ravi.
So I would just, as a follow-up for the Urbana school health-based committee, clinic, whatever it's called, there is now mental health services 5 days a week in that building. So if you have a junior high or a high school student, they can just go over there after their first appointment is signed in with a parent, so they can go all the time. So it's a good option for the mental health of the middle school and high school kids. But elementary kids can go there too. They just have to figure out how to get there.
Yeah.
Yep, 5 days a week now,
Oh, that's
8 to
fantastic.
5 or so, something like that.
Yeah, thank.
Whatever it is, it's all day.
Well, thanks for passing that along. Any other board reports? Hearing none, the chair would entertain a motion to adjourn. All in favor say aye. Aye. We're adjourned.